All right, everyone. Hello, it is me. It is Emmerron. How are you all doing this fine Saturday evening? So tonight we've got a new game, another Free League game. This one also by Stockholm Kartell. Even though I know of all the Free League games so far, we've only done one that wasn't by them, which was Blade Runner. We've done Cyborg, Pirate Borg, which is a derivative of the Psy and Mork Borg system. Tonight, we have the non-Borg game that Stockholm Kartell has made. That being Death in Space. So, the game is real simple. You jump out of an airlock and suffocate immediately, and that's the game. And if that were true, this would be a lot more boring. So, we have a crew aboard their intrepid theater ship, the Kestrel. This crew is consistent of three lovely explorers here who are probably not at all prepared for what I'm going to throw at them tonight. We've got Ghost of the Valley, who will be playing Ryu Kinch. We have Maya, who will be playing Soren Endo. And a newcomer to the stream, we have Mark of Corn playing Heike Endo. So welcome, all three of you. Thank you for joining me tonight.
Hello. Here.
Thank you for having. I'm so excited to die in space. I've died many places. Space has not been one of them yet.
Final Frontier.
Final Frontier, yeah. So, with that said, the game is unique in my mind. So Pirate Borg, I feel like maybe adapted a little bit of what this game had in terms of, oh my gosh, Maya, thank you for the sub there. So with, or no, was that Maya? No, that was, no, it was Cheer. Oh no, Cheer. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I saw the pink and I'm used to seeing Maya's name in pink. Thank you, Cheer.
That's
I appreciate it. Maya, you're probably sitting there like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm like, what did I do?
You didn't do anything. It's okay. Honored to be confused with her. Aw, we like her. She's generally a good egg. So with regard to the game, it's a little unique because like Pirate Borg, the crew has a ship. Unlike Pirate Borg, the ship-to-ship combat and interaction in this game is not nearly as confusing. And we will probably not be getting too deep into it because we have not really picked a scenario here where that's going to be as likely. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but given the crew doesn't have a ship with weapons on it, it's probably for the best that we not get too deep into that.
Let's all not forget that a ship can always be used as a weapon if nothing else may be provided.
No, see,
Let's
what we're
also
going to do...
not forget that we don't have a ship now with weapons on it.
No, got the solution. You just get me a rifle, and then I'll sit out there holding onto the ship with my EVA suit, and then I'll be the turret. Problem solved. I see absolutely no ways that this can go wrong.
Certainly, yeah. I don't see any way it goes wrong. So, the way this is going to work is the crew here are a group of, we could call them astronauts. Really, they're just normal people in this day and age, living in a system known as the Tenebris system. So the Tenebris system, just a quick bit of lore for both the players and the audience here, is a system consistent of basically a bunch of old mining colonies. They've got one working jump anchor in the system. And really, this is kind of the last stand of civilization as we know it. It is long past its glory days. There's a couple of central tenets the game uses to describe things. The first of these is that nothing is new. Control is slowly starting to decay away. And the world is dying. So nothing is new. And the other thing too, Tenebris was part of a modern day gold rush of a kind, over something called gems. So gems were used as power sources. They were used as sort of fuel cells. And that war for control of those most plentiful resource hubs within the system, the war might be over, but the war hasn't totally gone away. It's the aftermath is still very much felt throughout the system. There will be people that landed on one side or another of the conflict, and you will have to deal with them. Communication is local and direct, so it's not open and wireless like most of our communication is in the modern day. Hacking requires plugging into devices. Bulletin board systems over radio have slow modems. There's dial-up connections, basically. So at all times, messages are limited by the speed of light with delays of several hours when communicating with the outer rim of the system. So as we can see here, the crew is within this band labeled FAR. They're on a station here called the Iron Ring. So the Iron Ring is less a single station and more a collective hub of them, a literal ring around the moon of Inaro. And this is where pretty much civilization is. There's a couple of planet-side settlements throughout the system. They're decrepit and falling apart. For the most part, only the poorest live there. You three are lucky enough to not have that fate. That does not, however, mean that you are rich trade magnates. You are poor as shit. As a matter of fact, you're so poor as shit that you're in debt. And that's what brings us to the table here today. So, without any further ado, let me transition us over to the actual game card here. And for those of you who have eyes sensitive to black and white and red all on the same page, my apologies in advance. All right, so here we are. This is our title card based on the art for the book. So what we are going to be doing here, so this is just going to be to cover up the game board. I will reveal the game board here so that you all can see what's going on. Oh. I will put that previewer away now. Okay. So this is where we are. You guys are within the Tenebrous system on the Iron Ring. Now, I don't know that it made you guys roll a debt. I don't believe that's part of the character creation for this particular thing, but
I think it did.
Well, I see. So Ryu's got a debt of 0. Hike has got
My
a.
debt was also 0.
And your debt is 0 as well, Maya. Yeah. So, that's gonna,
oh yeah, on belongings. Okay.
Yep. So that's about to change.
But why?
It's real simple because I'm the GM and now you have to do what I say. So, darn it. Can't even avoid that here.
Back to the peanut gallery for me.
So, with that said, you guys are going to each incur a debt of 500 hollows. Yeah. There's a reason for
I've
this.
got 15 already, so I'm basically breaking even.
Yeah.
Poverty who?
Poverty who? Yeah, exactly. So there's a very good reason for these 500 hollow debt. So you all, after some wheeling and dealing, have found yourselves the proud owners of a salvage contract. And this deal was brokered with a group known as as Kurbit, Kurbit, for those of you who are taking notes. The Kurbit salvage crew happened across something called a hook probe. These are probes that bridgers, navies specifically, but navies are a group of pilots that go out in the universe and they find safe passage. They are the route setters for long distance jump points. So navies will throw hook drones forward, and where they land, it creates a warp in space-time that can then be taken advantage of to bridge space between wherever that hook drone landed and wherever it came from. Now, the thing about this is that Kerbit has not looked into where this goes. They just know it's a wormhole, and normally if there's a way out of the system, it costs you a lot of money, and there's not a whole lot of reasons to come to Tenebris these days. So normally the bridging buoy is where everyone kind of docks up, and you would bet that most of those people waiting for a way out would find their way over to this wormhole if they felt like it was safe. The reason that they don't, and the reason that you've all been contracted as salvagers, is because a distress call came through the airwaves a short time before Kerbit found the hook drone and the subsequent beginnings of a wormhole. The broadcast came through station to station, and it simply read as this: Katali Station 11, state of emergency, gem containment critical, core critical, temporary bridger path established, single lane, help will be greatly appreciated. And so with that out in the open, you all have been hired by a collective simply known as the Tenebris Gem Consortium, and or the TGC for short. They are a group that has largely been defunct within the system for quite some time, because gems are not something that there are much of anymore, which is why using them as a means of fuel for some of these places is deprecated, to say the least. It's fallen out of favor in a big way. And so these guys had their eyes light up with dollar signs or whatever currency Mork or Hollows use. And they just see cash coming in from this, because they say,
Money.
well, if there's a gem fueled ship on the other side, they might have gems to spare. And they are banking that reward is going to be worth something. So they have agreed to equip you all with your ship, the Kestrel, to go and fly in there and basically bring that back. So the debt you've incurred here is one part for your ship, one part the price of the contract that they helped buy out for you to get you over the wormhole into wherever this beacon leads. So the one thing that you all might be aware of, and this is the really spooky part that you might not have been aware of, is that so there's all kinds of, like you might imagine, like in maritime lore, there's a lot of ghost stories surrounding space and the things that go missing, right? And so space-crazed navies whisper of the shattered reality at the edge of the universe. Crossing it is madness, yet the gem war survivors spin tales of those who dared. One such tale is that of the Katali stations. 13 were created, 13 were lost. Bridger anchors moored to anomalistic space, where great minds observed the abyss and perished as space turned. And so you all would be aware of the legends of the Katali stations. And to most, they sound like ghost stories. No one even really believes anymore that they existed until this surfaced. So this is like
shit.
a ghost ship made manifest out of thin air.
I should have watched Event Horizon to prepare for this.
Yeah. So this hook drone that's appeared is pre-war in its design, which signifies again to this gem consortium that's hired all of you that the timey-wimey space-time shit has not worked like it's supposed to. It hasn't worked in that linear fashion. Whatever this thing is, it probably fell out of continuity. So they are hopeful that it comes from a more prosperous era, one still full of money and gems.
And the wormhole they put us through, was that to get us to Tenebris, or is that to get us to the station?
That's going to get you to wherever the hell Katali XI wound up.
Okay, but we were already in Tenebris. Okay,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
you're starting in Tenebris, yeah. So you guys are starting at a station, moored off a station in the Iron Ring, which is owned by this Tenebris Gem Consortium.
Also, the game is paused, just so you know.
I am aware. We aren't
Okie
moving quite yet. So so before we get started here, so as you guys are all kind of prepping, having your last bit of, food, drink, etc., moored off before you head off into the unknown reaches of space here. You take a moment in the mess hall of the station that you're on right now to, like I said, have a drink, have some food. So I'd like each of you to describe for me what your characters look like, kind of what they are, what's their attitude. Let's hear some description from all of you here.
Which order are we going in? Are we going left to right, or are we just doing it?
Yeah, let me do left to right here. So that would start with Ghost. Why don't you tell us about Ryu?
Yep. So Rio, he probably would go by Kinch more often than not. If anybody gets the Hogan's Heroes reference, you're awesome. But yeah, he's definitely. I actually could I get a minute and come back to me, because I actually hadn't thought that far ahead of what he actually looked like. I feel dumb.
Totally. No, then let's maybe go right to left instead. Then Maya, why don't you tell us about Soren?
Okay, so Soren, she has platinum blonde hair. She looks pretty much like she does in this wonderful photo I managed to create that I'm obsessed with it. It's such a good photo. But she would have curly hair, and then she is out for knowledge. So she's actually, I haven't decided if this is going to be something she's open about yet or not, but she's a Chrome. So she's actually an ancient AI that was placed in an organic body. And because her drive is knowledge, I'm assuming that was because she wanted to get other perspectives of from different creatures and different consciousnesses and stuff like that. I also used to be religious, and I was a noodle vendor. So that's fun. I've always got iron rings on all of my fingers, and then the neat fun thing that I can do is I can plug into a machine, like any computer, and I can just literally talk to it, because I am a computer. And then the little cosmonaut suit you see her wearing is what her EVA suit would look like.
Hell yeah. Awesome. Thank you for that. Mark, why don't you tell us about Heike?
Ooh, and sorry, one more thing I forgot. Mark's characters and I have the same last name, but we're not siblings.
Clearly.
And it's very frustrating when people assume that we are.
That's right. And some details about Heike that will make it clear that we're not siblings. Heike is its origin is as a carbon-based life form that was kind of built out in outer space. So kind of like a older Ken doll. He lives to do his thing, and doesn't really have the parts to do anything else because he's a Ken doll. Doesn't bother him. He used to work for Amber Cove Search and Rescue as a linguist, trying to translate all of the wonderful calls for help that would come in. Made his living as a gearhead, so he fixes stuff when he can. And his drive is healing and it's listed here as healing and helping others, but really his version of healing is fixing machinery, not really healing people. People are dysfunctional and harder to put together than machines. At least machines make sense. And like any good tech support, he is rude as anything. So like, for example, one of the ongoing, no doubt, concerns is whether, I'm just going to point out now that suit says Endo on it, and I'm not really sure it's yours.
Not a sibling, but willing to take all that credit. Yeah.
That's right. When it comes time to fix this, when it comes time to fix this ship, we'll see whose suit it is.
That's fair. And then finally, let's come back to Ryu there.
Yep. So, like I was saying, you probably go by Kinch. He is very quiet and reserved, kind of just calm and contemplative, I think is the word. He just kind of sits around and thinks. He's on the ship for knowledge, just looking to get out from his backyard lab where he kind of made ends meet tinkering with different chemicals. He's got white scraggly hair, always runs his shades, and he runs an old torn up family military uniform because I don't think he has the guts to actually serve. He's more of a contemplator.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Could have been some kind of logistics officer or something in his time. But bottom line, you've all found your way here for one reason or another. Probably just, you need money. Money is important. And, like I said, you're all broke as shit. So it's a pretty good motivator to do anything, right?
Ouch.
So, with that said, you all make your way after some final kind of checks on the system or on the station here to make sure you have everything that you need for the journey, because it'll take you a couple of days here. How many? I'm going to roll because the hook drone popped out near Amissa. Excuse me. So it popped out near Amissa. So let me roll. Because we're going from far to close. So far to close is 1d4 plus 2.
Also his nightmare.
Okay. So it's going to take you 3 weeks to get to the actual drone wormhole itself. Not a huge deal. You may burn multiple units of fuel if you want. That's just on the slowest available thrust configuration that you have, burning only the minimal amount of fuel.
I'm not opposed to the slow run, depending on everybody else's vote, because we don't know how long this journey is going to be. I'd rather start out slow.
Although I would be assuming that we're in a race to get there first, because everybody else would have heard this, right?
Yeah, well, you guys have an exclusive contract with Kerbet to actually go in.
Oh.
They're guarding the
Okay,
wormhole against anyone else, so you guys have that exclusive right to get in there.
Oh, okay, then yeah, let's take our time and make sure we have as much fuel as possible, because who knows what the fuck's gonna happen on the other side.
Cool. All right.
Oh, speaking of, while we're flying over, could I try and just spend a little bit of time in virtual reality and see the possibilities of how horribly it could go on a general scale of 1 to 10 of what we can expect at the gate, not through it?
At the gate? Okay. So let me... I need to just pull a note up here real quick. Bear with me just a moment. There we go. All right.
Oh, also, I figured I would say, like, what I wear, just, like, not in the EVA suit, is probably just, like, some, like, navy blue, like, pilot's jumpsuit with a red star on the sleeve, because I have an army unit insignia.
Got it. Okay. Oh, very cool. Thank you. Okay. So
Be right back. 1 second. Go ahead.
yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'll wait for you.
So I'll just for the other player, I'll re-say it when Mark gets back. What I have that could be helpful to everybody is I have the EVA suit. I have a week's worth of emergency food rations, 5 military grade light sticks, and then a tent for extreme weather that can hold 5 people.
That is huge. And I think that's realistic meta knowledge because we'd all kind of take inventory of the ship as we go to take off on ship.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, and you probably all be running checks and stuff even on your way there, because like again, if you're
And like, yeah, it's 3 weeks. We're gonna find, shit.
you're burning, and you're burning a unit of fuel in order to get that basically there.
And how many fuel
Oh wait, no, I'm
does
sorry.
our ship carry?
Fuel cost within the system is no fuel. Excuse me, I made a mistake in saying that.
So is it? It's
So
is
you're
it for taking off and then moving between systems?
So fuel is mostly, if you are going quicker than, base speed, or if you're going between systems or galaxies, then you'll be burning more fuel. So the fuel that you're using to just travel in the system is like ion. So it's very low cost, negligible kind of cost fuel, essentially, that you could just replenish by, sitting near a gas giant long enough. Would kind of
So
be
it's
the idea.
kind of like No Man's Sky, where the fuel is used to take off, like touch off from a body and then fly between galaxies. But if you're in if you're fly between systems, but if you're in one system, it doesn't really cost you anything to go anywhere.
Right, yeah. So unless you actually land
makes sense.
on a planet that has gravity of any kind, you're good. You won't spend fuel.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. Yep. And so that's part of why I've got this whole thing up, because this is like a little mini cheat sheet as well.
It's also cool that they have rules for other systems, but they only
Yes.
made one, so it's like you could make your own system with whatever the fuck you want in it.
Oh yeah, and there's some fun tools out there. The Stockholm Kartell games have a central hub for third-party resources. I think it's called Ex Libris. That it's just full of third-party stuff, and someone did make a system and planet creator for Death in Space there. So it's very, very cool.
Super cool.
Yeah,
I love how expansive this game can get with how, I hate to say it, but it's like it's such a simple little framework, but the idea is so expansive. It could go off in any direction, quite literally.
yeah.
We were talking about that when you stepped away for something, Charlie. Is that like games that with light rules systems that are just a framework feel like they can encompass so much more than like a game that has a rule for everything?
Yeah, and I would argue that that's by and large true. It's not that the bigger game systems can't do stuff in that nature,
Definitely.
but it definitely is one of those things that, by and large, you're going to see far more. It's far easier. Let's say that it's easier task to make new things or experiences within a rules light system than one that's very rules heavy like D&D or Cyberpunk.
I was literally just about to say, like, in D&D, if there's not a mechanic for something, you can argue that it's because it wasn't intended to exist. Whereas if there's not a mechanic for something in, like, fucking Pirate Borg or some shit like that, it's like, yeah, because it's rules light, you make up how you think it should happen.
Right. Well, and there's a certain degree to which keeping it simple helps make it feel like, oh, well, like, because I would almost argue it's the opposite. In a rules-heavy game like D&D, if a rule doesn't exist, but it feels like that the lack of the rule is putting a hole in the experience, that is the call for that to then get homebrewed in or house ruled in. And it's like, oh, they overinflated the complexity of this to such a degree that they forgot to add this one simple thing. Whereas in rules light, you just got the barest minimum that you need to make the game work. And any optional rules you layer on top of that are to further enhance that core gameplay loop. It's not going to ever... The core gameplay loop's not missing anything. It just is looking to be expanded upon or reflavored in some way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can agree with that. Oh, what did you have in your inventory? I forget your character name already.
Just call him Kinch. It's
Kinch?
easiest. Yep, easiest
With
to
an
remember.
N or an M?
N.
N? Okay, Kinch. Like kimchi, but if you said it wrong,
Yeah.
Kinch.
It's funny, the
Okay.
Hogan's Heroes reference, the dude's last name was Kinchmeyer for his last name, so everybody just called him Kinch. That's how it stuck out to me. But let's see, what do I have? I've got my flashlight, my planetary parachute, a proximity alarm, my uniform, and a windable, audibly ticking watch, which I'm sure will get on everybody's nerves at some point.
Oh, I bet.
And speaking of gear, is it possible that in the weeks that we're traveling, since this isn't our ship, that I could wander about the ship and find out if there's anything salvageable that I'm sure isn't exactly necessary for the ship, but that might be useful as spare parts?
Oh no, this is when he rolls bad and trash cans or gas can.
Yeah.
I would
Who
never.
needs Liffey support? That sounds useless.
That's right.
Liffey support? Who needed that? Oh
The
my
fuck
god.
is a Liffey?
Let me see.
We don't need O2, we just need oxygen.
Yeah.
So if we're scavenging, go ahead and roll me savvy.
Oh, fantastic. It's my favorite thing.
Yeah, I know, right?
So just a normal roll. Boop.
Yes!
Let's go.
Yeah, so you look around, and the good news is with your savvy, even on a failure here, you recognize that there is nothing that you would feel safe dismantling on this ship. It is a bit of a bucket of bolts, and it is your ship now. You just owe the money
Well, sure.
to buy it back to the guys. Like, yeah. This is more like they sold it
Rent
and
to
the
own.
contract to salvage. Yeah, exactly. They sold you the right to own this and the salvaging contract for the Katali station on credit, essentially.
Yep. They fronted us the job and means at the cost of paying it back with interest.
Yeah.
Yep. So I have basically ramshackled through the old costumes and stuff, and just been muttering for weeks. This is crap. This is crap. This is crap. This is crap. This is crap.
Crap.
Why is it
Extra
all
crap.
low quality bullshit in here? Yeah.
That's right. Then you hear a snap. Oh, this was you. Oh well. Crap.
Yeah. So the good news is that you do get a void point for that. So void points are fun. They're like inspiration in D&D. They can be used to like do all kinds of fun stuff and like warp reality. You get them anytime you fail a roll. So unless the roll is literally do or die, failing a roll is not always a bad thing. Now, the one thing that I will mention, let me just see here. 'Cause what's up?
How do I pronounce your name? Aika?
Yep.
Aika, what do you have in your inventory? Because we were doing an inventory of everything that
I
everyone
don't
has.
have an EVA suit.
I
love this
a
already.
robbery in the near future.
I do have a battery, a box of spices,
Ooh.
a hover hammock that I constantly hover about on, and some liquid purifier for purifying liquid. These incense sticks that hopefully will make the acting stuff smell less like actors, and this random photograph of a beach and some trees. And no, I'm not talking about it. Thanks.
Okay, well, no, that's actually kind of good because you have spices and water
No,
purification.
yeah.
I have,
Trade you.
I have, uh, an EVA suit you want very much, and also a week's worth of emergency rations. So, like, if we have to eat the emergency rations, at least we can make them taste good before we die.
Yeah, it's not going to taste like processed bullshit. That is a big benefit right there.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that battery will go great with my flashlight.
Just for the record, the battery's rechargeable, so don't break it.
Yeah.
That is,
Noted.
I'm
No
picturing
promises.
that is exactly how you would say that specifically to.
Well, actually, I would
to
say don't
Kim's.
touch my shit. If you need a battery, give me the battery that you're replacing my battery with. I'll put it in the charger, and then we'll have a battery still. Otherwise, you can just sit there and play with your little Switch and no light.
I love this so much already.
So you guys arrive at, because I'm just double checking here. Okay. Because I'm mostly checking if they had a rule for critical failure, which is what,
Why?
I
Who
could
did
just-
that? I don't know what you're talking about. Just because the result is 0.
Yeah, the result is 0. Yeah, exactly.
It's not less than 0.
No, that's not quite how that works.
You could roll lower.
You could roll lower.
It's true.
In your case, no, not really.
I could not. Not
That's-
thought about going to look for stuff, then said nope. Hover. getting on the hover nap.
So the good news is here, it doesn't look like there's actually a rule at all for critical failing. Specifically, at least as far as I've read here in the
Yeah, I
comment
think the
over
worst thing I saw that was like that is if you try to use a void point and you still fail, that's not good.
That's where it matters. Yeah, that's where critical failure really matters. But yeah, normally critical failure is no big deal. So you all, after weeks of travel, finally cruise up to Amissa. So Amissa was a beautiful planet before the war, brimming with activity. But since the war's end, the trading posts have become ghost towns. The domes of farms there have cracked. Dunes of hot sand dotted with the ruins of fuel stations cover the planet. Along the equator, there are tall launch towers with bunkers extending below the surface. The only city that still remains is the Block, a 36-hectare square housing tens of thousands of residents that cannot afford to leave this involuntary prison. The city's maze-like structure is dominated by narrow alleyways that provide shelter from the sun and the daily sandstorms. The rare days with rain are days of celebration. So it is a fairly desert world. Of course, you're not going to the surface. You're going into orbit. And as you pull up to the beacon that has been placed by Kurbitz, you can see that faint rippling of space-time ever so slightly appear on the horizon. And Soren, with you being the pilot of the ship, on the scanners, you start getting the expected but would otherwise be potentially alarming notification on your sensors that says space-time anomaly ahead, and indicating with a blip on the radar as you are approaching, along with the signals from the Kurbitz ship that is orbiting the wormhole called the Gap Worm.
The gap worm. Okay.
Yep. That is a gap like spelled normally. Worm in this case is W-U with an umlaut, the 2 dots above it, R-M.
Hell yeah.
Yep. So you get a call from the gap worm. And they say, Kestrel, finally coming to clean up the salvage on the other end of this thing.
That's the idea.
All right, you're cleared to pass. Beacon checks out. Just, don't do anything too stupid on the other side.
No promises.
Yep, and so you get ready to bridge a jump through this wormhole. This will consume some fuel, as you might imagine. This is considered to be between star systems as far as fuel consumption goes. So you'll be burning 2 units of fuel to crash through to the other side.
Okay.
Kestrel came with 6, right? We got a 6-gallon tank. We're about to burn 2, basically.
Pretty much. Yep.
Cool.
That's plenty to get back.
Yep. So
You had to say that out loud.
I'm going to hide the screen from you guys for just a moment here while I prepare something.
I did have to say that out loud, actually. It was contractually required.
It was contractually required. All right, so we are going to line you all up on this next screen here so that when you come
I swear, if I ever play this game, I'm naming their ship the Minnow.
All right, so let's begin bringing you guys over. So you guys, I'm going to transition you just a moment once I read this. So you pilot the Kestrel in toward the wormhole, and as you enter, the stars around you in the background of the galaxy give way to intense light and then finally darkness. The new sky beyond the wormhole, as you've crossed through into the new wherever you are, is empty. No worlds. A single flicker on the noise-crazed sensors unveils a station outlined against a cloud of debris. The grape cluster design of Katali Station predates the gem rush. Whispers and warbled echoes shiver through the speakers of your ship. And with that, the wormhole you've traversed through slams shut behind you, leaving you adrift in the black bulk of wherever you have landed.
Oh.
Thank you to all my patrons for the month of August. Your support makes doing what I do easier and allows me to do more with the time that I have. Thank you all so much. If you would like to support me in what I do, please join these fine people by following the link in the description below. Now back to the video. Thank you all.
Yeah, this doesn't look like real space.
Like I said,
I would probably say that out loud too. Like, yeah, this doesn't look like real space.
I have brought you to a fun little scenario, far better than the one in the back of the book for what we're doing tonight. So yeah, so you on the sensors as they finally come to after the jump, because they overload during the jump typically. It takes you a moment. You actually are thinking like, are we still in the jump when you first exit? It takes you a second to realize that what you're seeing is, no, this is real outside what you're looking at. And ahead of you can just see, only on your sensors, the returns of a debris field and one active beacon from a station. That is the only live signal on your radar that is returning.
This Tempest, Atten, GE, and Unknown, are those like actually on our sensors, or are those just part of the background?
So these are kind of part of the background. You do get, there is a return just behind you of a beacon. And so these other ones, Tempest and Unknown, are similarly just beacons. So you're just getting these B128, R13, and then the Tenebrous one is D6. So these are just beacon readouts. They're fairly familiar to you. So these are the other end of Hook drone beacons that have dragged you in to what is aptly called trawl space. So this is not a good place to be. You fully recognize that this is probably part of that Katali legend, that space beyond the edge of the universe where nothing is, not even galaxies. This Aten GE, that is the return you're getting from the One Live station beacon.
Okay. So I would say to everybody, let's head to the station. There's not really anything else here
That we can see. Sure.
that we can see. Yeah.
Yeah.
But those beacons would have to be set for something.
Well, you said they were the other side of hook drones, so those would be beacons into different systems, wouldn't they?
They would have at one point, but just
At
like
one
the
point,
one
yeah.
behind you, these are also reading as inactive now. And
Oh wait, the
they-
beacon behind us is reading as inactive.
as are the other ones you see here. Yep.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, so I get it. This was like a train station of sorts where you'd come here from whatever system and then depart to the other system. It was like a jumping off point.
Well, either that or they deployed a bunch of beacons asking for help and took whatever they could get. But the only thing that the thing you know is that all of these, the only other live source that these could be tied to, because they all have to be tied to some kind of base station, to like a command center, would be the Katali XI station that is a short distance ahead of you.
Guess I'm in.
I would say yeah. So let's go to the station and see if there's anybody alive left for us to help.
Sure.
Because with the fucking wibbly wobbly timey wimey shit, who knows if the signal we got? Who knows like relatively how long it's been
when
here?
It was sent.
Yeah, there's no way to know without
Nah,
knowing.
I'm sure they're fine. Kinch says as his face glitches behind his shades a little bit.
I forgot that happens to you.
Is there any translating any of the messages? I'll try to listen into the messages and see if there's anything that's remotely, I don't know, audible that makes any sense.
Fair. Yeah, so you can, try to listen in on the comms channel coming in. You're getting a lot of distortion, lots of breakup as you try to listen in. You might recognize, especially being someone who is more used to translation and, communication in that regard, you might recognize the fact that the distortion you're getting is reminiscent of void corruption of a signal, or void distortion, however you want to kind of phrase it. So while you guys find your way here,
Well, I would also like to plug in to the ship and listen to what the computer's saying as we move towards the station.
yeah, and the computer is simply reading out distances. Any attempt to like probe background of like getting like nav from like triangulation, you just keep getting an error. No-
I'm sorry. No, I want to listen to I want to hear. Basically, I want to see how our ship is feeling about this.
how your ship is feeling about this.
Yeah,
Um,
because the native machine, it says I can converse with computers as if they were real people. Plug in and find a friend. So I'm
I
doing
see.
that with the ship.
Watch, our ship is like a
Ah.
massive diva.
It's just fucking screaming. Just
It is a theater ship after all.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, so you plug into this thing, and the ship is very. You get the overwhelming sense as you plug into this thing, because it sometimes almost reminds you of like a telepathy when you're doing this. You get this overwhelming feeling of like terror from the ship.
yeah, that's not good.
And like normally when you plug into ship computers, even after it's just on a bridge, it feels disorienting for a little bit. Like the ship itself is disoriented, doesn't quite know where to go. And then it relies on its sensors, like much like we would our eyes or our ears to like reorient itself in the new space and figure out, okay, where am I? What am I doing? The ship just says, why are we so alone? Why is it so cold?
Debt. Yeah, debt. That's why, unfortunately.
We need to get out of here.
I agree, sister. So let's work on doing that as fast as we can.
Yep. And so Heike is.
And then I would relay that to the crew. I'm like, the ship's fucking scared. It's just not like it here.
Just acting. Jeez.
Sure.
Sure. So the main thing that you're picking up, Heike, as you're listening to the communications, is you are listening through the static and such. And I want you to go ahead and roll me a tech check here to see if you can kind of compensate for the interference that you're experiencing on your communication sensors.
Twice as good.
Yeah, so not having a whole lot of luck, unfortunately, listening through.
I hate actors.
At least you have 2 void points, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is true.
And my rolls keep getting twice as good as the last one, so 10 more rolls, I might hit a 20.
Yeah. So, with that said, let me just make sure that the sounds are playing through the way that they should, because they should have some kind of sound to them. But I'm not hearing anything, which is fun. So let me see here. Yeah, we'll just do that. Let's see what we can do with this. Because can you guys hear anything?
No.
Nope.
Let me increase this. Because this one's going to be more like... these are going to be more like idle sounds. They're not going to be like music where you're going to be blasted suddenly. So you guys might actually hear something now, because like I had to boost my volume way up to like actually
It sounds like there's kind of like wind through a canyon almost is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Yep. The lonely sounds of being in a debris field. So
Let me see.
yeah, so as you pilot the ship through this debris field, being extremely careful not to, hit any of it coming through. So Soren, you eventually get visual contact through some of the signaling lights of the station. And the station looks similar to kind of how I described. It looks kind of like a grape cluster, where along the outside of it, there are several pods that kind of run down the length of it, that just from having kind of looked at archives and things in the past. These would be normally sleeping pods or other facilities meant to be inhabited by the crew. All of these are running along a central mast that kind of connects them as like the central body of the station. So with that in mind, you go ahead and dock the ship up to one of the docking collars. One thing I do want you to roll, Maya, is Savvy for me.
Savvy.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Normal.
Yeah,
Not like advantage or disadvantage? Okay.
no advantage or disadvantage, yeah.
Sure.
Success. All right, there we go. It's first successful roll. So you... There we go. That's fun.
Oh. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. What did I do?
Oh, yeah, you're having fun. That's that debris field that we talked about. So you're good now. So with that, you do see as you've gotten closer to the station and your sensors are more finely attenuated to the what you're seeing in kind of the local environment, you are noticing both on your sensors as well as visually that there are several other fairly beat up looking rigs tied to the station that are docked. All of them looking as though they've come from different periods. They all look a little different in terms of, their visual appearance. And so you find a docking collar along the what you could see as like an entry kind of gantry to the station, and eventually dock up with it there.
As we see like all the other ships tied up, I would be like, I wonder how long those have been there, or if there's anyone left in them.
I wonder if there's good parts in there.
Probably at least some.
Oh.
We'll have to take a look.
Either way, we're gonna have to walk through that station to find out.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any atmosphere in the station.
That's a good point. So we're docked up now. Are we getting like any reads that there's an atmosphere inside the station?
Yeah, so your airlock is reading that there's positive pressure on the other side of the airlock. That the station is reporting, like that the airlock is functional.
Oh, this ambient sound is so good.
This is, by the way, this is, for those of you wondering, this is the official soundscape for Death in Space. They have an official one.
Hell yeah.
Now that we've had a closer approach and I've gotten a good view of the ship, would it be enough for my mental to be able to map it into my 3D space so I could do kind of a walk around and figure out where the danger zones are going to be? Since there is a debris field around it, I imagine at least one zone of this thing is going to have a massive hole punched in the atmosphere.
Actually, no. There's no, like, inherent damage to the outside of the station from what you can kind of visually see. The debris field...
So what the fuck caused all the debris?
Yeah, so you're noticing that there are very few ships actually moored to the outside of this thing. So you're imagining that at least some of this might be from other ships. As a matter of fact, you fly through. Go ahead, you roll me savvy, Ryu.
I got you. Personal, savvy, normal, yes sir.
All right, yeah.
Oh.
Damn.
Yeah, so you're not able to make any like clear identification, but you do notice that there are no like immediately broken sections of the ship, or the station, I should say, rather. But you're noticing that, there are scars on some of these other ships that you've flown in and joined, moored up. But there are some scars as they've kind of navigated the debris field. Zabem, we are playing Death in Space.
Screw it, I guess I'm ready to depart onto the main ship then. Start stepping into the station and see how it goes wrong.
Yeah, let me... So the slots thing on the inventory, is that how many slots it takes up?
Yes, so if you have an item that has multiple slots, that's considered to be like a larger item.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's already tabulated, so I'm only using 6 out of 12, so I can bring all of my things with me.
Yes, yeah, you would have like a bag or some kind of like carrying
A
like
cosmonaut
container.
bag with a red star on it.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's only natural, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool, because I wanted to bring my EVA suit just in case. My EVA suit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
So if we were going to depart, one thing that I want to do as we walk out, I want to take my proximity alarm, set it to bring out an annoying ass sound when it goes off, and kind of stick it above the door that anybody would have to pry open. Because I'm assuming we're going to close and lock it on our way in. But
Yeah.
if somebody had to break in, I want that sound to play so we can come back and grab it.
Okay, cool. So the as you wander into this entry gantry, you can hear the sounds of whispering coming through the open airlock. And the proximity alert does give you that there is something in the space in front of you. But you don't, hear any bullets or anything. You hear a very faint, set of words coming over the speakers, but they're hard to make out until you actually enter the room ahead of you.
And that's some horror movie stuff. I wanted to set it behind us as an alarm in case there's a stowaway hiding here and they survive and they go to jack our ship while we're exploring.
But
that is still some horror movie stuff, though. I pull it out to set that up and it starts going off.
Yeah, there's something there right now.
Yeah,
that's the worst. That's the worst. Yeah. No, I say ignore the 3 people on the ship. It's still going off. Whoa.
Well, shit. Okay.
And we've got a flashlight to protect each other.
Yeah.
That's right. I have a weapon between us.
What was that? I'm sorry, Ghost.
Couple of prop swords from the
Yeah. Rattle the saber, but hope nobody actually makes you use it because it's just balsa wood.
Well, I just realized that I have the only thing that could be a makeshift weapon between us, which is an empty flashlight.
Yeah, unless I'm gonna throw a fucking tent at somebody, parkour.
Tent poles.
Yeah.
I have something.
So
maybe.
So the one thing, and this is something because none of you have any weapons on your characters at all.
No,
I do not. No, unless I were to improvise something.
Damn. Okay. Then I'm gonna retcon one small thing here because this is gonna be hell for you guys if I don't give you at least a little something. Because combat is a possibility. I'm not going to say how strong of a possibility, but it is a possibility.
I got 2, buddy. Don't worry. I'll choke somebody out if we have to.
Fair enough. No TPK. I didn't say no TPK. That is not what I said.
Yeah, exactly.
I said I want to give them a fighting chance.
There just wouldn't even be a combat.
Right. It would just be they get fucking vacuumed, and then that would be it.
That's right. Session 2. Where'd the first party go?
That's a great question. So let me find one thing here real quick. Weapons. There we go.
That would actually be a cool. My bad. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that melee. That if you're using it as an improvised melee combat weapon, you can add melee combat weapon to your sheet. There, Ghost, and you should be able to use the normal, control space, search it up. It'll take a slot up, and it's got 2 condition, but it'll deal a D4 in damage if it hits. The other 2 of you there, they did send a basic survival kit with you. This is one small part of your debt. Between the 3 of you, this would only account for maybe 100 credits. But the contents of this are 2 small pistols, each with 5 rounds in them.
What did
Can I get a pistol? I'd much rather have that than my flashlight. If we're
who's
doing
gonna be? Yeah, who's gonna be best at them? Because I have 0 tech.
Same. But if there's an option of we got kitted with a ranged weapon as we go, I'd much rather have that than my flashlight hope.
Yeah, what's your tech, Heike?
Also 0.
Oh shit! So we're all three equally as bad with pistols.
Yep. So you're
Correct.
gonna be better with melee weapons.
Yeah, but melee means melee range. I've learned this downside well.
Yeah.
Because body would be melee attacks, right?
Body is melee attacks. Yep.
So you should definitely have the melee weapon.
Actually, yeah, the flashlight might be the metal plan.
Yeah, because pistols
I'm
only
not
do
gonna
a
be
D.
good at this.
Pistols only do D6, so they're actually only slightly better.
And
Yeah,
we
I'll
run out
go
of
with
ammo in 5 shots.
Yep, I'll deal with it. I know it's gonna go bad, and I'm going to have to run into something, and then I'm going to get vacuumed because I was standing in the fire. But you know, it's just gonna be that way.
So it goes.
So it goes. Sometimes you just die in space.
Okay, so I added a pistol to my belongings.
Cool. Okay. And then yeah, and then Heike, if you want to do the same.
Oops. It's hit D6 damage.
It'll be. It says small pistol.
Oh, you just click on it and it does that. That's cool. I just wanted to test the attack roll.
Yeah. So just make sure. Let me make sure of your belongings here that you didn't. Small pistol condition. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that ammo condition. So.
In 2 slots. Not cost.
And then the ammo, yeah, so the condition it has, let me just double check for you here. So the condition it has is actually 3 for yours. Because did you just get this out of...
I just clicked on add. There wasn't any other way to.
I would think there's a difference between pistol and small pistol because mine just says pistol and it's got 1d6 damage and 3 condition.
Let me do this for you, Mark. I'm going to delete
Okay.
yours and I'm going to add, because there's a pistol in the directory.
Oh, goody goody.
Yeah, and so that'll give you what you need, because that has the
Cool,
ammo
cool.
and everything already built in. All right, cool. So, so let me just set something up here, just in case we need combat. I'm gonna have
Just in case.
that basics, the basics for that ready to go here for you. Because combat in this game is highly extrapolated. It is not something that we have like a deep combat map or anything like that. So, so I have like a little splash screen for that purpose. So with that said, are we entering the entryway here?
I mean, we don't really have any other option, yeah. And this was like one of the only airlocks we found that was actually dockable, right?
Yeah, and all of the ships that were docked this is like the docking port for the station. There's like
Gotcha.
usually one like entry kind of docking port area, if you think of it that way. It's like one module of the station that's just dedicated to docking other ships onto it.
Cool, yeah. I would have my pistol just like, I wouldn't have it in my hand because I don't know what the fuck is whispering. I'm assuming it's not actually people, it's some anomalous bullshit
Sounds
that
like
I would
void.
go through.
Sounds like void corrupted machinery to me.
You would know, yeah. I don't
Mm.
know if I've ever experienced the void.
Yeah, you would have heard stories of it though. It's one of those like dangerous things that always is kind of on the edge of space. Like it's
Like
always
mermaids.
there. Yeah, kind of.
Mermaids and harpies. And so, Mr. Kinch, you're taking the lead, huh? Brave of you.
Yep, no problem. And I'm just gonna step out and get the initial like info soak of just looking around the environment, trying to soak up as much detail as I can for my brain map later.
Sure. So you push through the airlock into the entry gantry here, and there is some artificial gravity here. It's very low gravity, but it is there. So, with that said, as you enter into the entryway, the whispering and the sounds over the speakers get a little louder. And you can hear the words, "You are the chosen saviors."
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Yeah, you are the chosen saviors. Intruders roam the station. Cleanse them and claim your prize.
Oh. And it was just like the anomalous whispers that told us that?
Yeah, this is and they get louder as you enter the station here.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of lower my stance and just draw my combat flashlight and just keep my eyes peeled.
Fair. All right. So the entryway itself is a mess, right? There is light debris kind of scattered around on the floor. The lighting is very low, mostly just coming from red fluorescent bulbs that serve
Like
as an
the emergency lights.
Yep, exactly. And along the entryway here, you can see, pools of liquid that have kind of dripped from pipes, rust, and you can see, tending to one of these leaking pipes, there is a small hovering drone that is attempting to do what it can for the pipe.
Okay. Would I, so it says I can plug into computers and talk to them like people. Does that extend to drones?
Only if you could plug into the drone, and this drone is currently hovering a decent distance above where you are now. This is a pretty big room.
Oh, it's above us. Okay.
Yeah, it's sizable. Yeah.
Okay.
But the only exits out of this room are the various airlocks that dot the walls where other ships have docked up, and there is a exit sign flickering at the far end.
So I'm assuming that these intruders came in on the ships that we see.
If I can get my hands on that drone, I might have an idea.
Yeah, you might. You might.
It sounds like it's a way up there.
Yeah, you might be able to at least surmise that. The ships. The only other place that they could have come from, these intruders, would be the ships docked along the entryway here.
Okay. So I'll put it out to the crew. Do we want to explore deeper into the station, or do we want to try and check out one of these, some of these anchored ships?
I'm still going to have my eyes fixed to that drone, thinking,
What's your thought with the drone?
if I can get my hands on that drone, maybe I can plug it into this, and I'm going to hold up the little Virtua box thing with the little virtual world and try and get what its recent history is on what it's seen in the station, so that we could have basically a free walkthrough to get a lay of the land
or something.
Yeah, to get a free lay of the land before we actually go walking in blind to whatever is out there.
If the station has a central computer or something, I could try and talk to it and get something similar. Do stations usually have a central computer? I guess this one is so old that conventional knowledge of what space stations are might not apply, but...
Yeah, but most vehicles, station or otherwise, have a command center of some kind. And that's usually where any central computing would be done. The control for drones would be handled from there. So at this point, it's just a matter of finding where that command center is. And also what the voice coming through, because the voice coming through is not computerized on the speakers.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet it's void shit, considering we're out in non-space.
You know what? I'm going for it.
Well, hold on. Before you try to jump up there and grab the thing, how far up will my hover hammock go? Let's put the hover hammock below the drone and send him up on the hover hammock.
I mean, the hover hammock, as I understand it, is literally that. It's something with just enough anti-gravity to hang you over the ground like a hammock would.
Yep.
If you tied it between two.
So it's not going to climb. It'll
No.
just stay a comfortable distance off the ground.
Right. Yep. And
All right. Well, there you go.
support
Put
with
that away.
Yeah.
Well, we're in low gravity anyways. I'm thinking two-stepping up the wall and seeing if I can reach to it. Like, if you see Ninja Warrior, the warped wall jump, trying to get the hand onto it and then get my weight onto it. Because most drones are only meant to hold their own weight up. And if it tries to fly away with me, well, I just let go.
That's fair. So you're going to try and jump up and get it?
Yep, I'm going to try and pull it back down to the ground so that we can interact with it.
Let me... Because I'm just looking what the rules are for low gravity real quick here. Just so I can give you the appropriate...
Oh yeah, it is low gravity.
Yeah, it is low gravity, so I want to get you the idea here for... although some of this might just come down to me, like, ruling on something, but I know they have rules for 0 gravity, so I just want to see if they've got ones for other levels of gravity here before we...
Yeah, on the
totally
cheat sheet, it just says 0 gravity environment is disadvantage on all dex checks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then this is what I'll do, since it's low gravity, and that just means that you have the ability to maybe jump a little higher than you normally would if you put oomph into it. Let's have you go ahead and roll dex with advantage, Ghost.
Let's go. Oh, my, okay, there we go. My Foundry gray screened for a second. Dexterity, advantage, throw it out there. Double 7s, wow.
Yep. Deeply unfortunate. So yeah, you leap up and you just can't quite get enough lift to get to the drone before you kind of gently fall back to the floor that is generating the gravity underneath you.
Damn, anybody want to try with a boost? And I'm going to cut my hands, like, for the step-up jump thing.
Sure, I'll give it a shot. Unless I'm
I can
Heike
try.
is more dexterous. Yeah, you're better handled at it than I am.
Yeah. That EVA suit would be help. No, I don't think it would help. But we'll just pretend.
It doesn't have it needs a mobile mobility unit on it.
All right. Well, you know what? This drone's gonna be really pissed off if we interrupt it from cleaning. But whatever. I'll go get it. Hold on.
There it is.
It's good.
All right. Yep. So Heike, not so terrified of the maybe the chance of failing this, leaps up and dexterously manages to grab onto the drone. The drone, after being touched, immediately turns around one of its arms, and you could see a large clawed tool of some kind, and it tries to grasp up at your wrist and crush you with whatever this vice grip is. So I will give you the opportunity to try and duck away from this with another dexterity. Okay. This one is going to be without advantage.
Okay. I think I'm going to use a void point because I don't want to get crushed by a drone.
Yeah, you can gain advantage with the void point. Yep.
Angry little bugger for a worker drone.
What did I say? Did I not say? Oh no.
Oh.
But not bad. Not horrible.
Yep. So
what's
because
the 5 void corruption?
Yeah. So you will not get corrupted. So you roll a d6 and on a 1 you are void corrupted. So you are fine. So this thing spins around and it will deal you some damage. And you are able to let go as soon as it does this.
I think you don't, but do you happen to have the use of freeze? Oh, they're right there.
But you will take 2 points of damage there. Heike.
Ow.
Yep.
If you're like me, that's a third of your health.
Yeah.
It's about what that is.
My health.
Yeah.
That's half of mine. Shit, my bad.
Well, I guess since I'm grabbed by the drone, we'll find out how much it can hold on to as I try to figure out how to get down now.
Yeah, and this thing's grav thrusters are enough to kind of hold you up. It does strain a little bit, but kind of realizing that it's damaged you, it just as quickly after you hear like some bones in your wrist pop where this is grabbed onto you, it lets you go, and you begin to start slowly drifting back down to the ground.
Yeah, brilliant. Mother, I told you don't interrupt the text when they're working.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I just gotta say, you're doing such a good job of role-playing somebody rude that my IRL inability to respond to people being rude is happening. I'm like, what do I say? I don't know. I'm just gonna be quiet and leave. But you're doing a great job.
So with that, you still have the flickering exit sign ahead of you, leading deeper into the station.
Do I see any kind of handy directory that's like, you are here in the food court, or some shit like that?
None here, no.
Okay. Well, I guess our only option is to go in and step further into the void madness that I'm sure is awaiting us.
Yeah, so you walk to the end of the hall where a partitioning airlock is there. The indicator on it does indicate that on the other side is clear and free for you to go through. So it isn't gonna, it's not vacuum on the other side, in other words. So operating that airlock, ahead of you now is a kind of a T intersection. Directly ahead of you, you see a basically a thing that you recognize as a lift. So a set of kind of sliding doors that would allow you into a station lift to go deeper into the station. On the other sides, you see a set of signs that say crew quarters.
So there's a lift and then crew quarters?
Crew quarters, and the sign on either end of the lift point to crew quarters. So it appears the modules that it's pointed off toward are both crew quarters.
Is there any sign of stairs instead of a lift?
No. This is a space station.
Yeah, I mean, a lift, it means it's a hole in the ceiling. You just shove yourself up there.
Yeah, but if rule number one, in an emergency situation, you don't trust the
Don't
elevator.
use the elevator.
Yeah, no, rule number one is don't grab the tech drone when it's working.
No, that's like
All right,
rule
there's a
number
new rule
three.
number one.
It's not that important.
All right, so I guess we're going to the crew quarters then.
To the left or to the right?
I'm a leftist, so I always vote left.
All right.
Fair enough.
I am ideologically consistent.
So I want everyone to roll me savvy right now. Grim
I
Quest,
break
thank you for the
double
raid.
digits.
Welcome, raiders.
Raid!
Raid. All right.
I failed. I got a void point at least.
Nice. Haika's good with a 20.
I saw something. That's like more than all my rolls combined, just for the record.
All right. So, and then Ryu fail. Okay, cool. Ryu and Soren, please, both of you roll me a d6.
Ah, shit. I don't know if that's a good or bad number.
We'll find out in about 2 seconds here as soon as I see Ryu's come through.
I believe he said he goes by Kinch.
Or, yeah, Kinch. Yeah.
Alright, a 4 and a 5.
A 4 and a 5. So, this is actually very appropriate. So, Soren, as you walk into the crew quarters, you are suddenly greeted by a room wreathed in flame. Now, mind you,
shit.
Haika, you don't see this. This isn't real. This is a hallucination in Soren's mind. So Soren, you see the room wreathed in flame and hear the metallic screaming of machines. That voice that you are so attuned to, being able to talk to computers and other intelligent machinery. You just hear them screaming in agony. Your brain is just throbbing with the sound that you hear as you enter this room. You will be taking a -1 to any tech rolls situationally moving forward.
Just for the foreseeable future?
Yep.
Okay. Do I have to note that anywhere?
You can make a note of it on your sheet, I believe.
Or I was
under
like,
the
is there
notes.
like a thing where I'd be like, I'm inflicted with dead, -1 on tech or whatever.
Like they're dead.
Yeah.
I diagnose you with dead.
I diagnose you with dead. I would just put it in your notes because I believe.
Yeah, there's a notes page, so I'll just do -1 to tech.
Or well,
rolls.
here. Let me see. Actually, this minus is that break your mind. Drugs help. Okay. So yeah, as far as this goes, we actually just will subtract 1 from your tech.
Oh, it's just permanent.
It is, yes.
Oh, cool. So we walk in, and I just would start screaming because it's on fire, and I'd start looking for like a fire extinguisher somewhere.
Yeah, and as you walk through the halls there, Kinch, you drag behind a little bit, and Soren and Heike get ahead of you. And you end up walking for what feels like hours down this hallway. And it just seems to be looping around itself. The same sign over and over and over and over. And you will be losing 1 point of savvy.
Alrighty then.
Yep. So, with that, you all arrive. Heike, you are the one sane one here.
Yeah.
So you walk in, you see these two stumbling over themselves. You see Soren like holding her head as she's hearing these awful screams, and you're not sure what's happening. Ahead of you, in this room, you see a series of, basically it's like a long, almost like a sphere that you're kind of, a large sphere you're walking into, dotted by what would normally be like sleeping quarters. You can see ahead of you, there are several lights. And you can hear voices talking amongst themselves.
I'm like still scrambling for a fire extinguisher or something.
Yeah, and Heike will be like, "Oh yeah, by the way, as if you for those of you who have not been on a search and rescue mission before, sometimes shit goes a little bit weird. You should just get used to it."
Like Heike's like, I know what's going on. I've seen this shit before.
Yeah, totally. Just like, yeah, that happens. Yeah.
I'd be like, so wait, you mean it's not on fire? Because I see it. It's on fire.
Well, I mean, it could be on fire. I could be the one that's hallucinating, but you know, are you dying? Because if you are, where'd you put the EVA suit?
It's with me, but I don't. I mean, would I feel like I'm on fire? Would I feel the heat from this hallucination?
Yeah. So, I'm gonna have you roll savvy.
Okay. I'm gonna spend a void point on this to
You
get
got it.
advantage.
Okay.
Yay!
Cool.
Hey.
Awesome. So this time around, you do realize you're not feeling the heat, and so
Right. Oh shit, you're right.
You're shaken. You're still shaken by it. So that tech that you lost is definitely a
Like that's staying.
that's staying because you are still like
It's fine.
you still hear the screams. They are distracting, but you realize that he might be telling the truth here. That maybe things aren't on fire.
Meanwhile, Kinch has just been walking in circles thinking that it's a hallway, gotten tired, and just kind of sat down and accepted his fate.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would like turn back to you. Like I know that what I'm seeing is a hallucination, but I'm still probably like
You're
seeing
shaken. Yeah, you're shaken by
Yeah.
it still, yeah.
It's just like, I don't know, when you're dissociating, you know you're dissociating, but it doesn't actually make anything better. You're just aware of it. I'm imagining that's what is happening right now, and I would like look back at you, and you probably,
On fire.
I don't know, yeah. Well, you look like you're on fire, but I'd be realistically like, I think you're not actually on fire. But you probably would also look like you are exhausted, because I wouldn't know this, but you felt like you just were walking for hours.
Oh, Kinch, you mean?
Kinch, yeah, I'm sorry,
Yep.
I'm talking to Kinch. And so I'd be like, hey, did that just happen? Are you okay?
Yeah, just a little bit longer of a walk than I was expecting.
What
Hey,
do you mean?
Did either of you see the lights up ahead and hear the people?
I didn't think those were real. You heard those too?
Yes.
Ah, okay. All right. Rain
Let me go
check,
see what-
buddy. I'll check on you in a second. We gotta go. Like, sorry, love you. Can't deal with this right now. We gotta go.
Yeah. Suddenly this isn't so good. Hold up.
Yeah, I just assumed that those people and those lights weren't real.
Yeah, that's not a good start. Because you
Okay.
never know. Maybe they are real, and maybe they're not.
Yeah,
You know.
now I'm gonna be questioning reality forever.
Yeah.
That's great for us.
Welcome to dark space.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right. Well, let's go check it out, I guess.
Yeah, I'll head over there and see if I can make out what they're saying.
Okay.
Yeah,
Try
I'll
to
go
be
with it.
maybe try to be a little bit quiet.
Sure. So if you want to sneak up, I'm gonna have you roll dexterity. Just because you are entering a relatively like even lower gravity environment. Like the center of the room here is like a zero gravity well. So things are gonna start getting fucky quick. It don't
Or
even
not.
matter for this guy. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So
In the zone.
yeah,
Auto
so
zone.
you creep ahead to within earshot of these people, and you hear one of their voices pop up and say, "Gosho, there's nothing fucking here. Whatever promise they made to us, it's bullshit. There's no salvage. This place is fucking decrepit. Who knows how many of those ships moored to this thing are even fucking operational. We need to get the fuck out." And the person he's talking to, a dude with pretty colorful looking like green and blue spacesuit, says, "Tello, stop being such a bitch. Okay, look, we haven't found anything yet. That doesn't mean there's nothing fucking valuable here. We need to keep looking. Who knows what those assholes who greeted us at the entryway. Fucking Sade over here is drooling on herself because who fuck knows what this ship is infected with. All I know is you and me, we've got it together still. So keep looking, find something valuable that's going to make this worth it. And then maybe, just maybe, we can find a way to bridge ourselves out of here."
Hey, I'll hold up 3 fingers and point at the door. And then give the shrug of, what do you want to do?
Let him pass. My already abysmal shooting skills are gonna be even worse now.
Okay. Is there any kind of a window in the place between us and the next compartment?
Yeah, so I mean, this room, like I said, is largely like a big old circular rest chamber.
Yep.
Where these guys are located is kind of on like one of the walkways that have a variety of, kind of like common communal areas, tables, chairs, those kinds of things. And you can see this area is not very well lit. So you could see the beam of flashlights as they're kind of examining something on the tables. But yeah, you guys are kind of all.
Oh, okay, so we're all in the same chamber.
Yes, but they are fairly far from where you guys entered. So
Gotcha.
they're pretty far and away from where you guys are.
Does there appear to be another exit to this chamber besides the one we came in through?
Yes. So if you came in, because you guys went to the left, so if you basically where you came in, if you continue to the right, there's a similar looking airlock that leads back out of the this habitation chamber.
So we can't lock them in. All right, so I will try to head back to the other two quietly.
Yeah, and I'm not going to make you roll again for it.
Okay.
You got there, so you know the way back. That'll keep you quiet.
Yeah, and let them know. So apparently there's 3 of them that got sent here by someone. I didn't hear by who. One of them apparently is drooling on themselves, and the other 2 are getting a little frustrated that they ain't found anything yet. But they did apparently get ambushed when they showed up, and they came with a bigger group apparently. But they must have come in a different way than we did, or there would have been bodies where we came in.
I imagine their ship is probably one of the ones that are moored and the bodies are still outside of it.
But then whoever they were talking about that ambushed them should have been in the dock where we landed.
Oh, that's a good point.
So maybe they came in a different direction. But
when we were landing, it looked like this was the only place to dock. I don't know if there is another direction.
Yeah, there was only that one docking port. You know that to be a fact.
And so, like, if there was bodies and an ambush outside of one of those, we would have been able to see it when we undocked? Or when we disembarked?
Well, yeah, correct to a point. Obviously, there are other ships that were moored up. So if there were bodies on one of those, one of those other ships, then you're not sure that you would have seen them there. But
yeah, and there's one other problem. They're looking for a way to get off of this thing, and as far as I could tell coming in, we have the only operational ship. So if they come back through and find our ship,
they're gonna leave with it.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Well, I mean, it sounds like they're in a similar situation to us. We could just tell them we're stranded out here too and try diplomacy first.
How diplomatic are they going to be if they figure out that we got here with a ship that probably still works?
Well,
and we're not ready to leave yet.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've ever had a competing salvage contract before.
No.
That doesn't usually work out well.
Our contract's supposed to be exclusive. There shouldn't be anyone else here.
Yeah, no corporation ever lies to its employees ever.
Okay, that's fair.
But
I mean,
that's
why I stopped working for Amber Cove in the first place. I had a problem with my fucking boss lying to me.
That checks out.
At the end of the day, the worst case scenario here is they roam around us and end up in our ship while we're in here exploring. At least that way, whether it goes good or bad, we can at least keep them within eyesight and like under our thumb so that they can't go off and cause us more problems later on down the line.
Oh, I was going to say, my point is we know where they are now. We won't know where they are in the future.
Yep. I mean, I left my proximity alarm on the doors of the ship, but I don't know how loud that thing is, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how far into the ship we are anymore.
Yeah, or how long it'll take us to get back anyways. from wherever we go.
Plus, if they already got ambushed, the last thing that we want to do is sneak up on them.
True. What's like the process for launching a ship? Is it like I have the keys and other people couldn't launch it without like hot wiring it essentially or some shit, or how does it work?
Yeah, I mean, you do put in an activation sequence when you fire the thing up. So you've got essentially like a soft lock on the controls that they would need to bypass if they wanted to use it. So you do have that going for you. There is some like minor security wall between what you have control of a ship versus like if you got on any of their ships, they would probably have a similar kind of interlock. So there's a wall between someone hijacking your ship and stealing it versus failing to do so.
And is it reasonably difficult to bypass that?
It'd take time at the very least. So you know that even if if another party does find your ship, there's a possibility that, it'll take them at least a couple hours probably to really bypass it safely to be able to undock. And then again...
Well, and then we run into the problem, like a couple hours for them. Who knows how long that's going to be for us on this place.
True, but there's also the fact that they need to be able to bridge out. And right now, all the bridging, all the probes you saw coming in were not active. So there's no...
Oh, so it even could be that their ships might work, but there's just nowhere to go with a working ship.
Yeah, all the bridges are closed. So that's where you don't have any... No one here has any way out as of now.
Okay,
even if they took your
so then
ship.
I would mention that. I would mention that to them. It's like, well, even if they got our ship, I mean, their ships could be working. The bridges are closed. On our ship, there's nowhere to go. They're just as stranded on our ship as they are on the station.
Sure enough, I still
Which
say
means we're just as stranded as they are.
I still say at some point we're going to have to interact with these guys, and I'd rather take control of that situation and go say hello and see how that shakes out rather than something else crazy happen down the line because we let them out of our sight.
The worst case scenario, there's 3 of us and 2 of them. One of them sounds incapacitated. What'd you say?
Agreed. I said 2 and a drooler.
Yeah. 2 and a drooler. I thought you said two-edged ruler, and I was like trying to what the fuck does that mean?
If you two want to go up and talk to them, I can kind of try and hang back a little bit out of the way and get the jump on them if they try anything funny.
And let's be not unarmed, but not brandishing our weapons.
Yeah, I'm going to hold up the flashlight and go, well, this is fairly non-threatening, and I'm going to try and just I'm just going to blink the light at them to try and get their attention without being like, hey, and jump scaring the shit out of these guys.
That's probably a good idea.
And I'll move away from these two and try to find some cover to be in an ambush position if we need to.
Yeah, and there's some structural elements that you can easily kind of cover behind around the edge of the room here. Like I said, the center of the room is a zero gravity well that you could kind of direct yourself wherever you needed to, and not necessarily just walk along these catwalks. But so at this point, Kinch, you're just blinking your light at them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna blink my light and kind of wave toward them and wait until I get their attention.
Yeah,
I'll wave with you.
And so you can see them as you blink. They're kind of looking at each other, looking back over at you. And they begin to move in your direction. And so it takes them a couple minutes given how far they are from you, but once they finally do get next to you, you could tell they are armed. They both have a rifle hanging off their side. And you could see that they have some kind of corporate logo that's seared onto the plastic of their spacesuit, But it's
Do we
worn.
recognize the logo?
It's
Oh,
pretty
it's worn.
well.
Okay.
It's pretty well worn. Yeah, so it's hard to make out in the low emergency lighting. But the bigger one, who Mark, you heard was named Gosho. He addresses the two of you and he says, "What the fuck are you two doing here? We haven't seen anyone else since we got here."
That's why we were so excited to say hi. We got sent out here for some dead-end job and ended up stranded. Figured you guys were in the same boat.
And I'm going to have you roll me savvy there, Kench.
Alright, and I'm going to use a void point on this.
Get advantage. Okay.
Yup. Savvy. With advantage, use void point. Check. Bam.
If you click the use void point, it'll automatically set it to advantage too.
Oh, nice.
Okay, that's a good thing to succeed on.
Yeah. So, this guy loosens the grip on his rifle a little bit, hearing you kind of say that. And he says, "So you heard the fucking voices when you guys came in too? Something about there being
Heard the
intruders on
voices?
station?"
Yeah, heard the voices. I've barely convinced myself that this room isn't on fire. It still looks like it's on fire, but I'm not dead, so it's probably not on fire.
And Gosho looks back at Tello and he says, "Fuck. This girl's got the same shit Sate does." Damn. Alright, well. Something's fucky with this station. We don't know what the fuck it is, but I know that we heard some whisper about intruders on the station. And since you guys came in after us, I can only assume that means it ain't you and it ain't us.
We also heard those same whispers, but if you heard them, then exactly how chosen are both of us? Unless we're really both chosen.
And he says, "See, Tello, I told you that was bullshit. No way some dead-end fucking station here is choosing us for anything other than a trap."
Just curious. What year was it when you guys left to get here?
So let's set some standards really quick, just out of character for the time, right? So the year that you guys are familiar with is the year 16040.
16040.
Yep. And they say, I don't know, standard date was probably something like what? And Tello looks at himself. He says, fuck, I haven't looked at a calendar in probably weeks. I want to say 16042.
Oh.
You guys make it here from Tempest?
Tempest? No, we came here from Tenebris.
Fuck.
And we came here from two years ago, your time. We're from 16040. So from when we got here, you hadn't left for 2 years, if your guess is right.
Yeah, it's all this end of the universe bullshit. I told you, this is a fucking problem. Says, okay, so what do you guys want to do? How do you want to handle this? Because, well, and he looks back in the direction of their crew member who has been sitting mostly motionless this whole time, just kind of looking at her hands. We got one who won't be much help to anyone in her state. And, well, you guys seem like you've got your shit mostly together.
On fire room aside, I would think so.
I have an idea. If you would
What
be
is it?
willing to plug her into this, and I'm gonna pull out my little mini server thing again, would I be able to control her perception of reality and that to plug her into a happy place so that she's no longer in whatever twisted hell the ship is making her go through, and just try and give her a minute to sober up and talk to her?
Ooh.
I mean, that portable server is something you could both plug into at the same time, so
Yeah, I can have up to 10 people all jack in. We could all jump into the happy place for an hour and just chill.
That's actually probably a good idea.
Yeah.
At least then, if any of the wacky time shenanigans are happening, they'll be happening to us uniformly, assumedly.
So yeah, I guess I'm gonna resume that pitch that I cut off halfway through of like showing him the server box and explaining how it works and how it could give us a way to try and communicate with her and help her.
He says, well, it sounds like one of the better ideas we've got, so I say it's worth a shot. Let's see if we can get her back to this side of normal.
And then I say, and no hard feelings. We had our friend hang back just in case we all weren't as friendly as we ended up being. Nothing personal. Obviously, everything's fucking weird here. And then I would wave to Aika and be like, thumbs up.
Aika sticks his hand around the corner. Hey. Nice to meet you, Tilo. Nice to meet you, Gosha. Sorry about your friend, Sade.
Yeah, that's, I mean, you guys don't look like a military outfit. Nothing but pea shooters and just a heavy-ass flashlight between you. That's all you got?
And believe it or not, the guy with the flashlight is the most effective.
That's right, so shoot him first.
He's our best shot.
Well, that remains to be seen. I'm just gonna kind of look down at the flashlight and click it on and off a couple of times.
But yeah, let's try and get ourselves into a
look
space
at
that
your
makes
friend
sense.
over there. And then maybe we can pool our knowledge about where you guys have already looked as well.
Yeah, figure out where we should go from here.
Yeah, okay. And so they lead you back around the kind of this catwalk to where Sate's just looking at her hands. And they help you kind of get her hands into position to just plug her in to the box that you've got there, Kinch. And so you all sequentially kind of plug yourself in with Kinch, you going last, so you kind of have the ability to like make sure everyone else is situated, since you know how this thing works better than probably anyone else does, if they haven't used it before or something similar. And so as you dive in, you shift the scenery back to the one time that you had a very good haul. There was one real good job that at the end of it, you were able to take a non-phys vacation to a simulation of a tropical island paradise. And so you all shift to this sandy beach just before the sun is setting across the water. And the whole of you are there, and Sate looks over at all of you, and she just says, "Go show, who the fuck are these people?"
I'm just gonna kind of motion toward Goshen and just say, "Well, this is your friend. I got her back talking for you, so
yeah,
I'll let you speak first."
And he says, "Sate, it's fine. They're friends. They're in a similar situation. He said you might not be doing so hot. Are you okay?" She says, "I see them. The fucking shadows, man. They're crawling. They're crawling all over my fucking skin. I can't stop them, Gosho. I can't fucking stop them."
Are they here with us right now?
Do I have a way to monitor like what she's feeling? Like, do I have that? Because I don't know if it's just for my memories or if I could plug into like other people's things because they're synced up to it. So I'm thinking of like basically combing through her data and seeing if there's anything weird.
So for
Okay, but then we might see the delusion she remembers, which probably isn't a good idea.
Yeah. So you mostly store your own memories on this thing. So it is something where like you can't really adapt her ability because again, this is mostly tuned to you. It's a device tuned to you. But you know that, whatever she's seeing, you can't see it on her. You know, and you didn't see it on her in reality either, despite your own, you know, delusions and hallucinations. You don't see on her what she's describing.
And so I did ask her if she sees them now in the simulation.
And she says, "Hi. No. No, I don't."
Okay. We went through the same thing you did. I'm barely holding on to the idea that the room that we are in real space is not on fire. Everything in my body screams to me that it's on fire, except for the fact that I'm not dead, because if it was on fire, I would be dead. The station is playing tricks on us, and it is exceptionally hard to break that trick.
Okay.
But we can try and help you. And I think the first step is seeing that the trick is not happening here.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Your feelings are completely valid. It feels real to you. Believe me, I get it. Sometimes we have to fight back against our feelings when they're lying to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I hear you. I hear you.
So let's just take a couple of deep breaths together. We're on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been to a beach before, but it seems like a very relaxing place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when those bad, scary feelings that we know are lies show up again, we'll just come back here. Either literally come back here, or we'll just remember the beach and that there is a space where these feelings aren't real because these feelings aren't real.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I can.
And believe me, I'm working myself through this as much as I'm working you through it. We're doing this together right now.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's great. I think I can do this. Yeah.
I believe in you.
Okay. So, what's the plan? Have you guys found anything to, you know, get us the fuck out of here? Any bridges that have formed?
The bridge we came through is also deactivated. Just like I'm assuming the Tempest bridge you came through was after you bridged through it.
Shit. Okay. Yeah. May not look like it, but I'm the tech officer for our crew, and yeah, everything is wrong about the station. The shadows aside, when we showed up, the tech on here is gotta be centuries old, at least. I don't know how to explain it. It's like walking through a fucking museum, except it's still functional.
I believe it. I talked to our ship's computer on the way in, and it was screaming and saying, "Why are we so alone?" So anything that seems out of place, I just inherently believe. This almost feels like an accident of the universe. This is not supposed to be a real place, but we're here.
Yeah, no, it's like, I don't know, universe got a hold of something and just fucking aborted reality, you know? Spit out whatever it didn't fucking want anymore.
The universe refused to obey its own rules.
Yeah, well, whatever fucking idiot decided to put this goddamn station here, I want to have a fucking word with them. Whoever the asshole is who said I was fucking chosen. I want to fucking shoot that guy in the goddamn head.
Yeah, I get it. I'm not even sure if that guy's real. Who knows what was talking to us? I talked to machines, and it wasn't machines. It wasn't the station. Well, at least it wasn't a mechanical part of the station that was saying that.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I think I'm good to unplug. Let's try and find some way to move forward, see what we can fucking find.
Yeah,
Agreed.
so
And
what have you already checked?
Yeah, that's a good place to start. Where have you been already? And do you know how long you've been here?
Yeah.
Or do you have an idea?
And so Gosho kind of moves closer to the group. to kind of take his spot to kind of speak. Says, we've been here, as far as we can tell, about a week. In our time here, we haven't taken the lift. The power to it seems down. We haven't quite figured a way to hotwire it to get it to move again, but the crew quarters here, we've kind of searched them high, low. We've dug around them a little bit, and well, we haven't found anything of value. Nothing of note. We found there's a hydroponics looking area full of I don't know, just water, vegetation. They were kind of delineated along gravity platforms, so
Is the vegetation still alive?
Yeah, very alive, which surprised me too. But yeah, the station, as far as its automated kind of systems, at the very least, are limping along. The air is still good. It's not stale, probably because of the vegetation. But I don't know. That's as far as we've gotten.
So it sounds like if we want to make it farther, we have to get this lift working or get around it.
Yeah. We would have even a while ago. There's one of the airlocks that's empty. It looked like when we were pulling up, there was some kind of observatory arm deeper down below where that lift service is, but we couldn't see much more detail than that.
Well, I have a EVA suit we could use.
Okay. Yeah, that might work.
Worth a shot at least, because I'm no tech, so I don't know how realistic repairing the lift would be.
Well, let's go take a look and see what's broken on it.
Sure. Yeah. You are good at fixing stuff.
Probably not plugged in.
Yeah.
Have you turned it off and back on
I was
again?
gonna say, and if it is plugged in, then we can just reboot it. Simple, standard issue maintenance that no one ever does because it's not important.
So.
And remember, everybody, if shit starts getting weird, this beach is our skull fort.
Is a what?
Skull fort. Insurmountable skull fort. Never heard of it?
Nope.
That explains a lot. Also, my cat Charlie's decided to join us.
Oh, good. I'm glad that the cat has shown up.
Yes.
So at this point, are you all going to kind of unplug from the system?
Yeah.
Yep. Order of operations, if I have to like port them out or whatever, I would like to have what was his name? Gore something, the big guy.
Gosho.
I already forget.
Gosho?
Yeah, Gosho. That's his name. Yeah, I wanted to drop out Gosho first, just in case when I go to drop the tech lady out, if she feels the shadows again and starts to go batty, he can be their controller.
Cool, yeah. Well, so Gosho actually is able to terminate his own link, but you kind of indicate to him you want him to drop first, just in case. Okay. So yeah, he drops, and then sequentially you all kind of start dropping out. As you come to, the three of you kind of come to back into real space, surrounded by that, just very dim fluorescent red light. You see Sate sitting down, and she's got her hands clasped together, and you could see Gosho and Tello both kind of calming her down, just saying, all right, breathe, go to the beach. And she's...
Yeah, and I'm going to go and sit down next to her. I'm not going to say or do anything, just to be there.
Yeah, and so...
Yeah.
And
being the helpful tech support I am, I'll walk over and be like, yeah, can I borrow your tech kit since you're not using it right now?
And she kind of nods, yeah. And she gives you a small almost like palm-sized bag of basic tools that are, various kind of screwdrivers, wrenches, that kind of thing.
Perfect.
Yep. So at this point, everyone please roll me a savvy check.
I'll do my best. My cat is laying on the keyboard.
Good job, Kat. You're doing good.
And he loves to do this thing where when I'm trying to use the
Uh-oh.
mouse, he pushes his forehead into it. So it fucks up wherever I'm trying to click.
Okay, so that's 1, 2.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
All the uh-ohs in
We
one
are
bet.
going crazy.
All right. This is not what you think it is.
Is anything on this station?
Let's just transition over to this screen here
Fighter
real
run,
quick.
fighter run.
They are coming, they are many, they are without mercy. Fighter run, fighter run, fighter run. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so Ghost, you might recognize this screen. We use this for Cyborg. So let's begin by introducing our friends that have just entered the scene, shall we? So I'm going to have one of these guys roll an attack here. You're all going to love it. Absolutely fucking love it. You're going to love it a lot more. So you see just in time the drifting of a small handheld device before it explodes. You recognize it just in time to be a flashbang grenade. And you all are able to kind of duck out of the way so you are unaffected by it. The three people you do see as the light begins to kind of fade in the room are three skull mask wearing people in suits that are made of brass and ceramic.
And these aren't our friends that we just made, right?
No, they are not. They are...
Okay, no, good. I really didn't want them to be.
Yeah, they are drifting from further above you. And you, as a matter of fact, see two more join them as the bomb goes off.
Shit.
Yep. So, let's talk about initiative, shall we? So the way that initiative in this game works is... Let me pull it up here. So, the one who initiates the conflict begins the first combat round. So that would be this guy right here. So this guy is going to be our update combatant. He will have an initiative value of 10. So we are going to... Basically, the way that initiative works in this game is whoever initiates the combat can grant whomever they want to act next, friend or foe. Whoever goes last in the combat can... let me see.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah. So when a participant is taking their actions, they pick the next one to act either friend or foe. This process continues until all participants have acted once in the round. The last person to act chooses who begins the next round. They can choose themselves. So whomever goes last can take a double turn if they decide to.
Bad day
Oh,
to be
okay.
outnumbered.
Yeah.
Not a great time to be
Where's our
outnumbered.
friends with their fucking rifles?
They were caught just as off guard as you were, but I will bring them onto the sheet here because I had you three prepared because I did not know how the belters were going to be. So these are our two friends. Sate is going to sit this one out because she is still kind of recovering. But these two,
That's
upon seeing the flashbang explode, both grab their rifles and begin preparing. So this one here is going to go next. So this one fires a shotgun blast at your new friends. And
Ooh.
we'll split it 3 to this one and 1 to the one at the bottom. So
Oh, you can pick who gets how much damage?
Oh, and actually, no, this will not hit because the defense rating on these guys is 14. So this actually will not hit them.
Oh, good.
Yep. So this one will choose this guy to shoot because they're just going to try to ambush. And the next one is going to throw a shotgun blast.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, so that one will hit. So this one is going to split their damage. Because remind me here, game. What was the roll? I need to know what the roll was.
4 and 2.
It was 4 and 2, thank you. I was like, I didn't catch the dice. So 4 is going to go to the one at the top here. So they're going to lose 4 health. And 2 is going to go to the one here. Because the nice thing about shotguns is they can split their dice. So then finally, so we got 1, 2, 3. This one is going to go. So 4 and is going to fire their shotgun. Miss. And then finally this one. Oh, whoop. I meant to click the attack on that. Nice. All right. So they have all missed. This one will now pick. Let's have Ryu go first. So these 5 are floating down from relative to where you are above you. Shotguns in hand.
If they haven't touched the ground, I don't know if I would be able to hit them with my flashlight. Would I be able to?
You could leap up into the 0G and start trying to grapple with them. You absolutely could. Because they aren't more than about 15 meters from you at this point. So that's about how far you can, or I'm sorry, is it meters or feet for this? Let me double check that. It's about 15. Yeah, 15 meters. Yep. So they're definitely within 15 meters of you. So if you wanted to take the fight to them, you absolutely could.
Well, I mean, I have no other option but to try and slap them upside the head with that. I'd rather try and jump up and slap them upside the head with my flashlight than grapple onto them if I could.
Fair. No, that's I meant grappling in more of general terms. So yeah, you're absolutely fine to go ahead and do that. Go ahead and so you fly up. This one in the center is leading the pack. So you can go ahead and roll an attack check on that.
Yep. And do I just roll body or no? That's right. In the belongings, combat weapon, attack.
Yep.
Normal.
And DR is 12. Yep.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. So that one's gonna miss. Who do you want to go next?
I want our top rifleman to go next.
Cool.
Since they're aiming damage at him.
Yep. So this one is gonna be. So this one is Gosho. So that way I can differentiate them. So Gosho is next. So Gosho is going to aim at the leader here with his raid rifle and fire. And will miss, unfortunately. He will choose... I'm sorry, I nearly forgot the other name. Tello, who I will identify appropriately here. So this is Tello now. So Tello will do the same. Both of them raising their raid rifles up and attempting to blast these raiders out of the sky. Unfortunately, both missing. This one will choose Haika to go next.
All right. Haika's gonna maybe grab some cover if there is any nearby, so I'm not in pleasant grenade range. And then I'll spend a void point and I guess try to. There's something called a risky attack. I'll try a risky attack since it doesn't really matter who they pick to go next. Oh, they get a counter attack if I do that. Nope, never mind. We'll just shoot them.
I also still haven't gone.
Yeah,
Yep.
and you get to
Yeah.
and you do get to choose over to Soren, and then Soren will get to choose whether she wants to go again or if she wants to give it to one of you.
Okay, yeah. So you know what? We'll find out how this works.
So
Fuck around and find out, right? So I'll make a risky attack.
Yeah. So
Give me an extra die on the damage if it works.
It worked.
Oh hell yeah!
It fucking worked. All right. Yep. So you're
Is
blasting.
that counting the extra damage?
Yeah, it gives you an extra die
Yeah,
on the
so
damage.
that's
hell yeah.
Instead of 1d6, it's 2.
Yep. So that deals damage to the leader. So they will lose 5 health all at once from that well-placed risky attack. Good job. So Soren, because process of elimination, you are our last combatant for the round. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna shoot the leader.
Bet. All right. Are you gonna also make a risky attack?
Is that like an aimed attack in Cyberpunk where it raises the difficulty or no?
Kind of. So let me find you the risky because I just
It's on the cheat sheet in the third column, second item down.
Yeah, it says roll a normal attack roll. That's what I meant. Like the attack roll doesn't get harder because like when you do an aim shot, you
It
The
gets
bigger
minus
problem is
8.
if you miss.
If you miss, they get a free attack immediately against you, regardless of.
Yeah,
whose
I'm
side it is.
not gonna do that because my odds of hitting this are not great. I'm at a -1.
Okay, even if you.
And it
burn
also
a
means
void
they don't
point.
get to pick who goes next.
Well, yeah.
Well, I
so
get to pick who goes next.
No,
Yeah.
not if you miss
even
with a
if
risky
she,
attack.
Even if she misses, because the attack, as I understand it, there is
Target gets an immediate counterattack and takes over choice of
they
who
take
acts
over
next.
choice. That
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
so I'm not doing that because my odds of hitting this are not great.
Cool. Yeah. So just roll against the leader then. Normal shot. Unless you want to consume void to get advantage. Assuming you
I
have
even
void.
have a
Dispel.
void. I do have a void point. Yeah. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. I still don't want to make it a risky attack though. I'll just do a regular one.
Mm-hmm.
Call.
Miss
Shit.
possible void corruption. No void corruption. You're good on that. Who do you want to go next?
Go show.
Go show. Okay. Go show will make another attempt. This time, he will consume a void point to take advantage since he missed his last attack. And he is actually going to bump this up to a risky attack as well.
Good thing you did.
Oh, those are big dice.
Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah, those are chunky dice.
Those are big dice.
Raid rifles are terrifying. So yeah, this pirate goes down. Gosho will choose Tello to go next. So Tello is going to do the exact same thing, rolling at advantage, risky, this time aiming at one of the two flanking the main
boys.
guys. All right.
Oh hell yeah!
That's still not bad. That's 4 damage against this other one here. So that is
I mean, knowing how small numbers health
Yeah,
gets,
exactly.
that's not bad at all.
Exactly.
Yep.
Given that the first 3 characters I rolled had 1 health.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Tello is going to hand it over to Haika.
All right. I'm going to just, let's see, do I have any? Got 1 left. I will not burn my void point. I'll just shoot the, well, I better or else he's going to go. Let's reduce the numbers. So I'm going to shoot him just a regular shot.
Okay.
But I will spend a void point.
You will, okay.
Yep.
Yeah!
Should have been a container.
What a good fucking
Really
time to
glad
use the
you did
void
that.
point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Jesus.
Yep, so that's a hit. It's not dead yet. Heiko, who do you want to go next?
We have a chance to get rid of one.
Yeah.
Let's
So-
turn it over to Kench.
All right, Kinch. So
All right.
you've got this one guy who you tried to. So the guy you tried to bludgeon, you hear a volley of bullets whiz past you, landing into this guy in front of you, killing him. The one directly to his right is the new target of opposition here. So is that the one that you want to go for?
Yep, and I'm gonna try and club straight down on top of his skull, burn my void point, and try and thin these numbers a little bit.
Cool. Are you going to risk it?
Yeah, He's already taken enough damage. I don't think I only roll 1d4. I have to roll risky. What am I talking about? I'm using a void point anyways.
Get him.
Get
Do
him. You're plus
Alright.
3 anyway on your body. You'll be fine, probably.
Probably.
See, now that you've said it, I won't though.
You're
There you go.
fine. What are you talking about?
Oh, hell yeah.
It
Oh,
didn't
you
have the D
didn't.
though.
No.
You didn't
It-
check risky though, did ya?
Oh no, I didn't. I can just roll another d4.
Yeah,
on top.
just roll me another d4. That's fine. You said you were risking it, so I accept that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and
Oh.
roll me.
I did roll R4. That's not how that works.
That's not how that works.
There you go.
There it is.
There
Okay.
we go. So 5 damage.
5 damage, and that is now enough. If with just the one dice, it wouldn't have killed him. This one does. So you
Beat the
just
shit out of him with the
club
flashlight.
this guy, yeah, with your weighted flashlight, and you feel a crack on this guy's helmet, and blood starts oozing up into the zero gravity in large spherical globs as this guy is taken out of the program. Good.
Yep.
job.
I'm going to whip the blood off of it and say, well, I guess it is a combat flashlight. And I'm going to look at the guy standing to the left of the guy who was in the front. So I move to the guy on the right. The guy on the left is who I'm going to transfer it over to because it's where we're at in turn rotation, right their side.
So Soren still hasn't gone this round. So you can give it to her or you can give it to the enemy. It's your choice.
But if you give it to the enemy, they're going to decide who goes first next round.
Yes. So if you leave Soren until after they go, she gets to determine who goes at the start of the following round.
Yeah.
And if you give it to one of them, they might not.
Yeah,
They
they
might just go
send it
all
back.
3 of them, and then I might be able to get to pick and make us go first again.
Yep.
It's
I'm
not
down
like
for
I'm
that. I
dealing
thought
a
that
shit ton
Soren
of
started
damage
the round.
anyways.
I thought the sword started the round because, correct me
No,
if I'm wrong,
I-
but-
Soren handed
I
it to
ended
Gosho.
last round.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You handed over to... Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. Then I'm going to hand it over to them so we can get the closing pick.
Bet. Okay. So this one is going to, again, fire a shotgun blast down at you all.
Oof.
Whoa.
And
Oof,
it's
oof.
a 4 and a 4. Max damage. Okay, so yeah, that's not great. So these are going to hit your supporters. So one of these is going to kill Gosho.
No.
And the other is going to pretty badly injure Tello. So Tello will then also lose a condition off of his raid rifle as the shotgun blast damages it. And you just hear the solid thud against the metal catwalk as Gosho hits it. Tello screams, "Boss, fuck!" And he just looks back up and just like starts trembling as he sees what has happened on these guys. This guy having shot his
Oh, I
gun.
thought Tillo was a girl.
Nope.
Whoops. My bad.
You're good. So this other one is now going to shoot a shotgun blast, focusing it entirely at the guy in melee range with his friend here. So this is coming over to you, Kinch. And your DR is what to hit?
My DR should be flat 12, I believe.
Okay.
Because I didn't come with any armor, and yeah, so I'm just base.
Nice
Yes!
dodge, nice dodge.
Reveal.
0G dodge.
0G dodge. And you just, you see the pellets fly out of the gun and you just duck over it. No problem whatsoever. This one is actually going to hand it over to Soren.
Damn it.
Oh, smart. SMRT.
How far away is Gosho from me?
Pretty much right next to you because you haven't really moved.
Okay, I'm gonna grab his rifle then, because if I manage to hit a shot, I want it to have a lot more damage.
Cool.
So I will.
Let me hand that over to you here.
Oh, I can do it.
Well, no, because it's got ammo. So,
Oh, that's fair.
in theory, that should have done it. It
Yeah,
did.
8 out of
Yep.
10 shots. Okay.
Cool.
And then I'm gonna aim at the one that shot Gosho.
Okay, cool. Yep, that's this one.
And I don't have any void points. So, oh, what's their DR? Just 12?
DR's 12 on these guys. Yep.
Okay. Huge.
Rockstar.
Yes, that's huge. Oh my god. All right, not bad at
Just
all.
fucking hit him anyways.
Not bad at all. All right, yep.
Wake him up.
Wake him up. And Soren, you only have one choice, which is the remaining pirate that's descending on you here.
Yeah, I'll pick him then.
Yep. And so they are going to throw a grenade down at the group of you. So all of you except for Heike are in range of this. So nade out. Defender DR is 12 for the sake of hitting you guys. Be 14 for hitting Tello.
No. Fuck.
Critical hit. All right. So that's 2d6.
And the crit doubles it. Doof.
So the crit
Or adds a die.
The crit
That's
adds
right.
another set of die for whatever. It is.
Oh.
So the damage is there. The only problem is this doesn't allow me to expand to see what the dice were.
It's a 5-5-1-3.
5 of 1, 3. Thank you. You're on top of it. Because the good news is it splits it up among you guys that are there.
How
So
did you see it was a 5-5-1-3?
It's what hit that screen.
yeah,
Oh.
he could see what was on the screen. So
I'm tech support. I know these things.
yeah. So, oh wait, no. Oh, hold up, because Ghost is up there with them, so he's actually not in
Yep.
range of it. So really, it's just Soren and Tello.
Fuck.
Saved by my stupidity and bloodlust.
Well,
Don't worry, I'll stab my flashlight into his forehead for anybody who falls to this damn nade.
Well, it might hit Sate too.
yeah.
I just feel bad for that.
I don't.
So
Useless tech.
It just means you get to keep your tools.
I'll pulsate into this. Let me,
Get to, yeah.
so yeah, because I mean that, in theory, that makes it a little less horrific for all of you. So with the grenade, we're looking at trying to think. So Tello, so you said it was 5-5-1-3 was the combo?
Yeah.
Okay. So Tello's gonna take the 3. Soren, I'm gonna give you a 5 and a 1. So you go to
I'm
0.
at 0 health.
And Sade over here is gonna take 5. So Soren, please roll me a body check immediately. If you have a void point, you may gain advantage on it.
I do not.
So Soren explodes.
Oh, man.
Like you said, the art is what cursed you there, Maya. Sorry.
It really is.
So Soren explodes as this grenade lands on her. Tello also explodes. So yeah, this is just a bloodbath down there. And Sate is now awake enough after getting rocked by the explosion to grab her own rifle and aim back up at your attackers here. So with that, this guy actually has to choose her because she's not acted in the round.
Yep.
So she is going to line up her raid rifle and fire back at the one that just dropped the grenade.
Oh.
And will unfortunately miss.
Gonna be close.
Sate is going to choose Kinch to go next.
All right, and true to my word, whichever one threw the grenade, it's not going to be a smashing strike. I want to try and just stab my flashlight into his helmet. I'm gonna bash down into it.
Fair? All right.
And risky with
a void?
void point.
Okay.
Yep, I still got 3 of them on deck. It's time to play.
Let's play. Yeah, you can only have 4 at max, so.
Yep, I gotta
Alright.
start burning them. Advantage, risky attack. Rolling.
Yes.
Ooh, just
That's
barely.
big though.
Huge.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's actually massive. So you deal a huge amount of damage to this guy. He is not dead, but you see a cracked spider web across the visor on this guy's helmet. Who would you like to go next, Kinch?
We don't have anybody else up with a rifle. I'm going to look back.
Sate went last round.
Yeah, Sate ended the last round, so she can go again.
All right, I'm going to look back to Sate and say, shoot him again!
Yeah, and just with fucking pleasure. And she lines up another shot. This time she will burn that void point she gained and make it a risky attack.
Nice.
Let's go.
Let's go! Holy shit.
Splat.
Yeah, and this guy's helmet just explodes. The spiderweb you created, she nails it dead center, and you just see this guy's head explode within the confines of the helmet, blood oozing out through that one hole at the dead center of the spiderweb that you created. So that will be the end of this asshole right here. Sate will then choose Haika to go next.
All right. So the two guys that died early, is it clear that they still have grenades? Because here's my thought. What I want to do is use the zero gravity well to dive up there, pull the pin on one of their grenades while they're still wearing it, and boost that body at the other two guys falling next to them.
So one of them hadn't thrown a grenade yet. You know that much.
Yeah. So I'll try to make a dive for that guy and try to yank the pin on his grenade and launch him as a carrier for the grenade at his two buddies.
Ooh, yeah, very cool, very cool. I'll just let you do that, honestly. Like, I don't see any reason not to allow you to do that. So yeah, you dive forward in 0G at this guy, yank the pin and shove him at the other two, who...
That's so fucking cool.
That is very fucking cool. So I am going to give you the grenade. I'll have you roll this in the same fashion you would a normal attack here. So let me put your sheet up. Grenade given. Which you should have it in your belongings.
Yep. And launching. I don't have anything to void out. And let's see, who do we have left to go? We've all gone, right? Yeah, so I'll make it a risky attack because what the hell happens if I don't?
Yeah.
Oh, failed.
Failed. They get an
I don't know
immediate
what.
counterattack.
Yep.
So this one is going to immediately, after ducking out of the way of your explosive body.
Friend.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to turn around and just try to blast you in the chest with a shotgun.
Alrighty.
Misses, and then the other one is going to try and do the exact same. And they're going to go again.
Soren hasn't gone yet, right?
Soren's dead.
Oh, yeah, that's why Soren hasn't gone.
Yep.
Gosh
so-
darn it, Soren. Oh, ow. Ow.
Oh no.
Ow.
So, Mark, about that,
That was a cool idea.
yeah, so Mark, that's 10 damage. I want you to roll a body check for me, please.
I do have a thing.
You have a void
so I will
point.
use my void point.
Spend it.
Yep, spend it now. Let's see what we get.
I'm immune.
Success! You're alive. You're stable and alive. So you are out
Just
of
floating in
contention.
space.
Yeah, you are out of contention for the rest of this particular fight. And then
It's just you.
Yep, and so
Could have
then
been a container.
this last shotgun blast is going in the direction of Kinch. And it misses! Alright, Kinch, it's over to
Huge.
you.
Oh, it's starting to come up, Kinch. I am... how do I want to play this? I think I need to... Whichever one of the two is
a
lower health and
brief-
more beat up.
A brief reminder that the bodies drifting all around you still have shotguns.
Except one.
Oh, this is true.
'cause the other
It's
one's
more
mine.
damage, but it's such a worse chance. You know what? I'm gonna even call it a risky because I'm going to try and shift momentum over to the bodies since I'm all up in the 0G space. Grab one of the shotguns and just pop off a risky shot. I still
Okay.
gotta avoid burn it. Whichever one is lower health is gonna eat it. Whichever one looks more hurt is gonna be more hurt.
It's gonna be the one in the lead here. Yep, this guy.
Alright, if you want to drag me, whichever shotgun so I can roll it.
I gotcha. Let me. It'll be the one you just blew open, basically. Here we go. There you are. There is shotgun. It is yours.
Cool. And I'm going to attack
DR12.
using a void point with risky on a DR12.
Let's
So just
go.
kill
Let's
man.
go!
Huge. Oh my god.
So here's the thing. You can divide that damage if you so choose. So the 7 is all you need to kill this one. You can further allocate the 3 over to the other if you would like. That is the way the
Checks
shotguns
out.
work.
Spray the shotgun over the two of them. The one just happened to catch more buckshot. That works.
Yep, so one of these guys goes down immediately. And the other one catches the remaining points off of that. Goes down 3. So, the only one who hasn't acted yet in the round is Sate.
Yep, so I'm going to turn back to Satan and say, finish him off!
She says, with pleasure. And then just racks another round into her rifle and blasts at this guy. Let's hope this works. She's going to actually roll this as a risky attack, too.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
This guy's immediately going to counterattack to you. Oh, he's out of ammo.
Yes!
Oh,
He rifles
So-
up. Click, click. Shit.
yeah, so he's going to click,
Throws the right.
and he's going to reach over to one of the other bodies and pick the shotgun off of it in order to do what he wanted to this round. So this one has 3 shots remaining. So I'm just going to replace the ammo count. There we go. This one fires. And misses!
Huge.
All right.
Huge.
I like to think that he grabbed the second one and then that one jammed when he went to go try and
Right.
shoot it.
Yeah, so now we go back over to Sate, who is going to do the same thing again, rack another round, and try to hit. And will miss, unfortunately. She then turns it over to you. What are you doing, Kinch?
The option of barrel snuff or more flavor. Or barrel snub and more flavor. I think I'm just going to go for the barrel snub. I'm gonna go for the close range shotgun blast. And do I have another void point? I do. I'm not gonna make it risky because I don't think I need it, but I do still have one more void point to burn, so
Okay.
let's do it.
Oh,
Holy
boom!
shit!
God.
Oh my god!
Okay. And that's a double, isn't it? So you need another set, or you need another damage die?
because it's keep highest. So the crit is just 1 crit, but that's it. You roll 2 times the normal damage of the weapon. So you've already done it. 2d4, 2d4. That's what the shotgun normally fires.
Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't risky that time. I should have riskied it. That would have been amazing.
Yeah, that would have been insane. You just pop way the fuck off. Yeah, no, this guy's dead. This guy's very dead. So yeah, you just blow him wide open. His viscera starts scattering out into that 0G void. Congratulations. You guys have taken out one of the other crews.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so after the combat is over, Heike, you begin to come to floating amidst a sea of blood and viscera from this enemy crew. And stabilized, let me just check the rules for this, because I need to double check. Stabilized but unconscious until resting. So basically you need to take a couple minutes here to rest before you can come to, actually. So, Sate, bleeding, obviously, from getting naded, as you drift back down in that, because I assume, Kinch, you're going to go back to the catwalk where Soren and the rest of the crew there were at, correct?
Yeah, I would look back with kind of an excited smile, like, we won, and then look back and see the one unconscious floater, the mangled bodies, and the one barely clinging to life, and do like the rocket jump dive that you see astronauts do in movies back to where they are to try and help.
Yeah. And so Heike's actually up with you in the 0G void. So would you just take him back down with you?
Yeah, I would dive to him and pull him back down to the other survivor.
Cool. So you dive back over to Heike, grabbing him, and then pull him back onto the catwalk to the low gravity environment there. You could see the bloody corpses of Soren, Tello, and Gosho as they've been spread all over the place by grenades. The one good thing to come out of this is that you do recognize the fact that the dead this is not a good thing, but the two dead people did have I thought they had armor on. They did not have armor on. So the one good thing though is you do get their rifles, what's left of the ammo in them. So Soren had one on her body, and Tello still had his on him. So with that, you are able to loot those at least. And then obviously, whatever shotguns or shells remain and the floaters up in the well, 0G.
Do the pirates have armor on?
The pirates? Let me double check.
If there's anything left of it after them being splattered, didn't the other crew that we were with, weren't they DR-14 or something like that, or did they actually not have armor?
So the guys that you were with were DR-14. They didn't have armor though; they were just quick.
Okay.
The pirates though do have armor. They have bulletproof hazard armor on. And it is still, for the most part, on all but
Bulletproof
one of
in
them.
quotation marks.
I mean, yeah. Well, most of them, I'll remind you, got nailed through their visors. So only one of them got launched in the stomach with the shotgun. So there are DR+2 bulletproof armor on these guys.
Okay, yeah, then I'm definitely taking a vest and slapping that on. I need one of those, and I'll bring a second one down, and I'll kind of put it on. What was your character's name again? Unconscious one.
Heike.
Heike, yeah, or Heike. I would also kind of put one on a Heike and start to pick him up. Look at Sate and say, "Can you still walk?"
Yeah, I think I can walk.
It's gonna sound like a little much, but you got enough strength to carry a +1?
Yeah, I think it can help.
I'm gonna kind of point over to. I'm so bad with names.
Heike.
No, not
Like-
Heike, the down
Oh.
one. I'm gonna carry Heike.
Gotcha.
Maya's character.
Oh, Soren's dead.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
dead. I'm not down. I'm dead.
Oh, so you're gonna just kind of move her out of the room?
Yeah, I'm not leaving her behind. The whole plot is to get my entire team back to my ship, and she's the only survivor from her team, so I trust her now to tag along. I'm not really worried about what she'll try and do.
Fair.
I mean, I'm probably in like a couple pieces or like a mist because I got exploded by a grenade.
yeah, she's not.
There might not be anything to send home.
So Maya, I'll give you one of two choices here. Either I can give you access to, I can roll up essentially Sate's character as an actual character for you here, or I can have you re-roll one of which of those choices would you like?
Is Sate just like a vanilla tech?
So she is one of the Van Allen Belters. So they are a salvage outfit here. So yeah, she's a pretty basic tech, quick on her feet.
I think I want to roll because I feel like I don't know, I want to be something more exotic than just human.
Fair.
Obviously, I'm going to be a human, but yeah.
Yep. So
let me do that real
will
quick.
Copy Sate's token here, and I'm going to move us back to the Katali 11 map here. So you all move back, and as you walk back, you see a series of dead, other dead astronauts, essentially, that have been taken out, you assume, by the pirates that came your way. And you can see, like, the hall just littered with bodies.
Sorry,
in the
Heike,
direction.
don't forget to take my EVA suit.
Well, I'm unconscious right now, but yeah, don't worry about it. First question Heike will ask is, where's Soren? Followed by, yeah, now where's my EVA suit?
In pieces from the grenade.
Mother... I'd shoot one of the dead pirates with his own shotgun.
So, as you guys make your way back and see the scattered remains of... Oh, excuse me. As you see the scattered remains of these dead astronauts, one comes crawling through the blood, nervously shaking. Maya, this is the point where I'm going to have you regenerate your character.
Or do you want me to just hit regenerate on Soren?
You may, yep.
Oh, okay, because I was spinning up new ones already.
And while that's happening, Charlie, you said there were still 2 raid rifles?
So Soren would have had one, and Tello would have one, yeah.
And do you know how much ammo they had?
I can check for you. Because I can transfer them onto your sheet.
Yep. Well, yeah, obviously, Ryu's going to get the one that Ryu wants, and then I'll take whatever one's left.
Yeah, so Tello's had 8. And because Soren had the other... Soren's had... Oh, why didn't... Oh, because Soren Oh, that explains why I'm not seeing
I had
it on.
7 rounds because it was 8 when I got it and I shot 1 before I died.
Okay, yeah, I see it on the other character. I'm so sorry. I should have done that before we had you regenerate. Yeah, so it would be 7 on Gosho's and 8 on Tello's.
Oh, and I still have a shotgun. I never ended up replacing it with a rifle.
Right, yeah, you'd still have that on your person as well.
No, I meant like I would have either wanted to re-up the ammo in that or picked up one of the rifles, because the bright rifle 1,000 times better than the shotgun.
What on earth are you rolling here? Holy shit.
Well, I did what I did in the beginning, where I just clicked generate character a bunch of times and went through them.
Well, yeah, you can generate one and then hit regenerate on that one if you don't like it.
Yeah, I didn't learn that until right now. So there's a bunch. You
yeah,
can get
I'm
rid
tech
of.
support.
Yeah, you can get rid of them all.
Which one do you want me to? Are you keeping?
I haven't found one I like yet, so I'm still going.
Okay.
But I'm just regenerating one instead of making a bunch now.
Okay, I'll delete all but one of them then.
Yeah, do all but Zed's on the top one. Oh, I got it. Astrom's AI guard animal? What the hell is that?
You have a guard animal, is what that means.
How did I get one of those?
It's a random roll.
Oh. Well, my stats suck, so
Yeah,
I'm not keeping this character.
you may have gotten that because you had a negative total stat total.
Oh, does
Yeah.
it give you a bonus if you're at negative total stats?
Yeah,
does,
if you
yep.
suck, you get a bonus.
Oh.
So, to be clear there, Ghost, did you want to take the raid rifle that had more ammo in it then?
Yeah, whatever works.
Okay. I'll hand this one over to you. And the other one will go to Heike.
Then do you need to add the armor also?
Yeah, that's right. I will do that. Let me...
It's not an EVA suit, but I guess I'll have to make two.
Yeah, right.
Hey man, after seeing how combat goes, free +2, I'll take a vest any day.
Right.
Yeah, except now I've run out of slots to carry stuff.
Oh yeah, you're in -3 body, aren't you?
Yeah, well,
Oh no.
He's just
I'm a
got
0
12.
body.
Yeah, he's got 12.
Yeah,
okay.
I'll just leave the box of spices in the frickin' and probably my hover hammock as well in the
Yeah.
in the
free
thing.
Free up 2 of those slots just in case. So with that, so have you found one you like yet?
Yeah, I have. I'm Amy Yurts, and then I will pick a different photo to use
Okay.
because I saved a bunch of those that I sent you.
Cool. Okay, yeah, whatever one you want to use, just send it my way, and I will upload it. I just saw the one of your cat, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that was Charles.
That's awesome. Oof. Okay, note to self: don't get hit by grenades.
Yeah. It seems to be bad no matter what system you're playing.
But yeah, so you guys make it back through the bloody hallway here, and your grenades are bad, okay? Yeah, pretty much.
This one. This is the one we'll use.
Yeah, so you see...
And then I'm updating my reactive too.
Bet. Yeah, I'll save this real quick. And... let me...
My origin benefit isn't as neat as this one, as the other ones. But the stats were too good to turn it down.
That's fair. So...
You wouldn't happen to let me pick my origin benefit, would you?
No.
That's fair.
That ain't how that worked. So Amy Yurts is your new character name, so I will do this. Move it under players. And we're going to...
Oh! My origin is punk.
Yeah.
That is so fucking accurate.
All right, there you go. We got you updated.
Hell yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
So I have a pocket greenhouse with me, and I can grow shit, and I know lots about plants.
Yeah, and so you actually... So, Amy, you were part of another crew that got utterly wiped out. You actually ran into the greenhouse. And...
Wonder why I'd go there.
Well, yeah, and you identified, like, the best plants that you could use to give you cover against these guys, and they killed the rest of your crew, left you alone. So, you alone survived, and as you crawl out,
Ooh,
you see...
I found the ceramic plate oak wood. I'm just gonna hide behind this plant real quick.
Yeah. Let me just make sure that I've got this applied to your token as well, because for whatever reason...
But yeah, I've got 1 body, 1 dex, 1
Oh
tech,
my
and 3
God.
savvy.
That's
I am positive on every stat, which is why I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take this one.
Yeah, that's
We're gonna
totally
stop
fair.
rolling now.
Yeah, so you show up. You show up with your, your gear essentially more or less intact. You kind of ran at the first sign of fighting, and you're thankful you did, because if you hadn't, you would have probably been dead along with the rest of your crew. Thankfully,
Yeah, probably.
you are alive, and this group of, as far as you can tell, salvagers, one of them unconscious, slung over the shoulder of the other, is walking toward you as you are crawling out of this bloodbath.
And I would probably like crawl out and then just freeze as soon as I see other people.
Yep. And you guys notice that she has no gun on her. She is completely...
I do not have a gun.
Yeah, she's completely defenseless, and just kind of freezes and looks up at you. And
I would probably just be like, please, please,
I'm
please.
gonna look back down
Please.
and just kind of calmly, friendly.
Yeah. Unless you're the people who
Good enough for me. Grab her and bring her back to the ship too. We can all just rest up and figure out what the hell is going on and what we're gonna do next.
Yep. So, to rest, which is what we're gonna need to do to recover some stuff here. So the rest is...
Oh, we're going back to the ship?
Yeah, I'm rounding everybody up, bringing us back inside of the ship, and like closing the doors down so that we have some sort of hole that we know that, or at least that I know that I can control, and just keep things locked out and just have a, at least in my mind, semi-safe area for us to just kind of get our heads on straight again.
Right.
That's fair. On our way there, would I be able to grab a rifle?
There's shotguns, maybe.
Or is there just shotguns left?
Uh,
Just some kind of weapon. I don't want to be unarmed.
Yeah, I think there's spare shotguns if they would have grabbed them.
I have a shotgun with one round in it that's still slung over my shoulder, but if you would want to refill that, I'd probably be handing that over once everybody got moving again.
Yeah, because what I assumed is if we're going back to our ship, we'd be going through where the combat just happened, and I'd be able to pick something up.
So
there.
you're meeting up in that T intersection hallway that attaches to both. So you were coming from the other hab, essentially. That was across the way here. That's where your crew got ambushed. And once they were done with you guys, they headed in and ambushed your crew and the Van Allen Belters that you guys have been hanging out with. So yeah, that's the situation, just so we're clear. And you know, Amy, that the two habs join at the back to this jungle that you were hiding in.
Okay.
So yeah, so you would know that just kind of based on your understanding of things at this point in time. So that said, the shotgun, there is enough ammo left to fill yours back up, Ghost. So I can give a full shotgun over to Amy here if that is what is agreed upon here.
Yeah, and then I'll
not
just
a
remove
terrible
that from my
shot.
sheet. Well,
one
I'm
tag.
going to... I'm just kind of expediting it so that everybody has their things on their sheets and all that, but in character, I wouldn't be handing that over until it was like recovered and we kind of had the chat. I wouldn't just be handing you the shotgun off my back
Like,
as we're dragging
hey
you
there.
back to the ship.
Yeah,
Friendly?
no, that's fair.
For me, here's the shotgun.
yeah,
I'm gonna turn around now.
yeah.
Yeah, here, let me give you a good view of my back with that fully loaded shotgun.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and transfer that over onto your sheet then, just so it's there. But so you all make your way back to the hab, and you know, shutting the airlock behind you. You know that it's probably gonna take a few hours for Heike to get back to consciousness. The good news is this is your hab. So that means if you rest a full night here, you regain all hit points. There's no rolling. You just get your hit points back.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep.
Can I roll like a D10 for like the variation of how many years it's like between when I left and when Because like the other crew left 2 years after we did, but got here before us. Can I like roll the d10 to figure out the fucking timey-wimey shit?
So your crew, I'll just tell you because that's
Okay.
a little easier. Yeah. So your crew got here, and your clocks would have read 16040. So you would have been
I'm from the same time.
on the same time. Yep.
Okay. And as a note, while everybody else is resting, can I go back to our combat site and just try and scav like any of the rations that may have floated away that were still in the pack? See if the EVA suit survived the explosion.
It
like,
didn't.
go back with my hands full and look through. I doubted it did, but
Yeah,
I wanted to scan through and just whatever useful I could grab.
Yeah, the EVA suit didn't, but yeah, the rations, and I believe you had a pocket tent as well there.
Yes, it was an emergency or a tent for extreme weather for up to
Okay.
5 people.
Yep.
Tent for extreme weather, got that, and what was that other thing?
Emergency
The
rations. Yep. Yeah, those did
Emergency-
survive in her bag. The EVA suit did not survive.
Okay, cool. And then once I get done with my looting run, as I come back inside the door before I lock it up, I'm going to put my proximity alarm back outside the door so I know if anybody roams up on the ship.
Yep. And so, Sate, as you get back to the ship here, before, all of that kind of takes place looting-wise, Sate looks like she stops for a moment, just at, like, the threshold of the airlock. She says, I, don't want to impose, but my whole crew's fucking dead.
Well, there's not much we can do about that. We're all just trying to survive here. We are the crew now, regardless of ship.
My
Is
crew's
it-
all dead too. I'm the last one.
And she says, so, just so we're clear, one crew?
Yeah.
One crew, and
Yeah,
I'm gonna hold out
think
my
so.
hand and try and shake hers.
Yeah, and she'll reach back and like shakily kind of grab yours and shake it. And so with that, the one thing I do want to mention here is when a character dies, because we didn't do this in the middle of combat, Soren, I want to go through what you would have seen at the very end there, because there's a mechanic called Death in Space. Who'd have thunk? It's the name of the game. Roll me a d20. So you were taken from your life before you should have. Your death was untimely. The universe, even this boundary zone beyond it, recognizes that fact. And you are given a vision of a time beyond one that you would have experienced. As that explosion happens, you see a flash, and before you, you are sitting in this fancy smoking lounge, just like a cigar parlor. In front of you sits a glass filled from a bottle just behind it of what appears to be cognac. And as you drink of the cognac in front of you, you see this fluid-shaped mass separate itself from your flesh. And then are no more.
Damn.
Yep.
I don't even know what to make of that. Wild. Soren probably was just mesmerized by what was happening. She
Yeah.
probably didn't even really realize she was dying. Well, until the thing was like, "Hey, you died too early," and she was like, "Oh, what do you know?"
Yeah. So, with that,
And she wonders if she hadn't have uploaded herself into a mortal body, she probably would have lived.
yeah. So, yeah, so it's such a way for an ancient AI to die out in the middle of God knows where at the beyond the edge of the universe.
Well, the AI wanted to experience what it's like to be immortal. Best
Yep.
way to do that is die.
You figured it out.
So you all rest, and I'm gonna give Sate back her health because she's technically part of the crew now. So any of you who are damaged, you regain full health. Heike, you come back to consciousness here after a couple of hours of rest in one of the bunks on the shuttle. And as you come to, you see Sate and one other unfamiliar woman waiting for you in the common area, along with Kinch, as you wake up.
Okay, so Heiko will look over at Kinch and be like, "That one's really here, right?" And points at Amy because I.
Well, if you see her too, then I guess she is.
All right,
I'm reasonably certain I'm actually here.
and then he farts.
Yeah. So, I just need to check my surroundings before I let one rip. You know, like, that's just what I gotta do. And so Sate says, all right, so we've got a map of this level figured out. We've got greenhouse, we got 2 habs, we got 1 dead crew of assholes that killed the rest of mine. So,
Yeah.
what's the move?
Oh yeah,
did
I
you
was gonna
all
go check the
hear
lift.
about being the chosen ones? Did you all get that too?
I mean, my entire life, yeah.
You are tech support, so.
Well, I guess we just go back out and try and keep pushing on, try and get those lifts back on so we can actually explore the rest of the station.
Wait, well, hold on. Where did you come from? I point at Amy. Like, are you just picking up like strays now?
Well, I
I'm-
mean, we had a slot or
good at-
2 to fill.
I'm good at growing shit. I don't talk much.
All right, you're in. Let's go.
I also used to be a medic, if that helps. Used to be a combat medic.
Right. Well, you had me at you grow stuff, so I'm gonna run out of incense eventually.
You grow shit! You're in!
You're
Yeah,
exactly-
look, and I would pull my pocket greenhouse out of my bag, be like, see?
Fantastic. Shakes the spice box, puts it on the shelf.
Yeah.
Spice box. Let's go. I'll go see if we can fix. Oh wow.
As we
Hold
walk
on.
out.
Maybe a little bit slower. Cause shotguns.
Yeah, as we go to limp out, I'm gonna turn around and go, "Oh yeah, if we're going back out there, you're probably gonna want this," and I'm gonna hand the shotgun over to Amy, so that it has canonically been done.
Yeah. Cool.
And I'd hold it and be like, yeah, probably.
So with that, you wander back into the station, the emergency red lighting almost being an eerie kind of familiar now. And you walk to the T intersection where the lift stands frozen. Go ahead, Heike, roll me a tech check.
Tech check.
And since you have tools, I'll take this with advantage.
All right. Missed it by that much.
By that much. Yep. So, anyone else who wants to attempt it can.
Tech. Do we? If only we had a tech officer.
And so Sate said, "You give me that," and she literally just grabs the bag of tools that she gave you originally from your hand, and she's gonna go ahead and roll the same roll.
See, professional.
There we go.
And she opens up one of the access panels to the electronics, and starts fiddling with it. And she says, "I swear I looked at this fucking yesterday." And
Yeah, I know. I loosened it for you. It's all right.
And she plugs 2 of the wires together, grafting them with some electrical tape out of the kit, and suddenly you see a green light flick on above
Told you it wasn't
the
plugged in.
doors to the lift.
All right. Well, I guess we have to find out where this goes.
What if there's more of them up there?
Well, I mean, we can't stay here.
Yeah, either way, we have to press forward and find some kind of way to keep pressing forward. That's all we have. I mean, we have a week's worth of rations. If you'd rather sit in the ship and waste away pretending we're on a beach, that is an option.
Well, I mean, I could probably grow us food in the greenhouse.
Sure. But
So,
then eventually now that the lift works, they're gonna come down.
so maybe we should break the lift and then just go hang out and just get plants in the ship. Maybe that's
There's no money in that. I'll hop on the lift.
I'm going to step into, well, I'm not getting left here.
Sure.
Yep. So you head down to, let me just look at my diagram here real quick. So you head down to the area here. Where's my note? There we go. So the lift drops you down into an engine core. And the sign reads Disparity Engine Access. And
Disparity engine.
Dis/parity engine. Yes.
Wonderful.
Well,
So,
being something of a scientist as a chemist, would I have come across a paper on what the hell that is?
go ahead and roll me tech.
Oh, I wasn't actually expecting a yes. Let's see if I get a full-on yes. Come on, tech roll. Normal roll.
There
Rockstar.
it is. There
Let's
it is.
go.
So you recognize this from history books. This isn't even like something you would have studied as like a, that's something worth knowing. This is a prototype of what you consider to be a modern bridging engine. This is a thing that can, with the power of gems, be used to rip open a bridge back to normal space.
So my eyes are gonna pop open. Oh, sorry, finish your
Yeah.
thing.
The one thing that you know about these early prototypes is they ran not just on gems, but they were catalyzed with human blood.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
You know, why not?
And
Well, at least
as-
we have some of that left over.
As you examine this, you see a hall separated from you by an airlock on one side of the room and a second sealed locked room behind a armored glass window on the other side.
Okay, and I'm guessing that's some sort of, like, whatever form of radiation damage. You don't go past that sealed door without the right suit, and that airlock is meant to be, like, your, what's the word? The, like, radiation wash. I can't remember the actual name for it.
Geiger counter.
No, that's the detector. It's, I want to say delousing, but I know that that's not it.
Oh, decontamination?
Yeah, decontamination. It's like a
Oh.
decontamination chamber. That's why it's like an airlock and a sealed door. You're supposed to go in there with like a hazmat suit, go in, come back out, get sprayed down, and then come out and take off your suit.
Oh, the one thing I also want to mention is that around the core of this disparity engine, as you walk into the room, you are stuck to the ground. Some debris, however, is not. It is swirling around the core of this thing. And connected to this is this basically a tube from this other room, like a pneumatic tube from this other room that is situated above the airlock leading into it.
I imagine that's where you'd feed the catalyst. Sorry, my brain gears are turning so hard right now. I need to take a step back and first just in character so that everybody else can know. I'm gonna wide eye like a kid in a candy store. If this thing actually works, it might get us home. And I'm gonna start looking around for any sort of like rad suit setup, like like worker lockers before that airlock where they might set up to go in.
Okay. So run that by me one more time, just so I know exactly what you're doing.
I'm letting everybody know that, like, if this thing actually works, it could get us home, because, like, my guy knew that it's, like, an old legend of a prototype of a thing that's not even supposed to exist. But if this actually works, it might be able to get us home. So now he's looking for whatever protective gear would be meant to get you past that sealed door chamber, because there's a reason why you seal doors. It's usually something not nice on the other side.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So you're looking at the door, not the one that is connected to the core via the pneumatic tube.
No, not the big pneumatic feeding tube, where there was like the door and then the hallway and then the sealed. I'm looking into like that hallway area to see if there's like a working station.
there are two doors here. So one has the pneumatic tube over it and leads out into another arm, and then there's a sealed door on a separate wall of this reactor room that is sealed off with armored glass. So that's the one you're looking to try and unseal.
Oh, no. My bad. I thought it was like a regular door into a hallway sealed thing, not like door into pneumatic tube room and then other thing. Because then I want to check out the pneumatic tube room, because that probably goes to like a control chamber if there's nothing else. I'm not cracking the seal on that door. I don't feel like getting a nice warm blast of radiation today.
Fair. Okay. So let me take a look here. So
if you need us to grow any plants for anything, I have a green thumb, and I hold up my thumb, and it's literally a green cybernetic finger.
That's fantastic.
Thanks.
So let me roll something here real quick.
That's a lot of damage.
You all die.
It's not damage.
No, it's just going to be my damage to the tube.
It's not damage. So you open this airlock to this connected room, and you see these horribly mutated, scarred, and sickly things. You hardly can recognize that they were people. But you could just hear them from small containment units along the length of this, what once you can recognize was an observatory. You just hear them screaming, "Me, help me! No! Come open it! Let us free! Let us free! We want to be free!" And they're just slamming against the walls of this thing as they're seeing you walk into the room and recognize that you're not what they expected. And you even hear one of them, "You're not them! Holy shit! Let us out! Fuck! Oh!" And you just see him cough a big old sphere of blood onto the floor.
Yeah, I'm going to shut that door and turn back to the group and say, well, there's a bunch of sickly, dying, strangely mutated people that I'm hardly sure are even people anymore. Doc, I think this is your area of expertise.
Or was it the control room?
No, it was an observatory, not a control room.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Was it in character question?
Yeah.
yeah, there's sick people, but was it the control room?
No, there were no controls that I could see. That
Yeah.
all I saw were very disfigured, and I say again, I hesitate to still call them people.
I mean, homie, I'm not a doctor. I was a combat medic. I know what to do if you get shot, not if you get cosmic mutations.
Well, I don't know what you see in wars.
That's,
You're wearing a
that's fair.
uniform. Oh,
That doesn't mean that
Storm
it's
pricks.
mine.
I go check the other door. Yeah, I'm wearing a pirate suit. Yeah, I know. Shut up.
So you're gonna check the other door?
Yeah.
Okay.
See what it looks like.
So the one thing I do want, because I forgot to have you do this, Kinch, roll me a savvy check.
Oh, this should be fun. I need to push C. I'm not used to hitting that yet. You want a savvy check?
I do.
Normal.
Rock.
Oh, that's
Ooh.
good.
Ooh, let's go.
You're big chillin'. All right, cool. Now I want you also to roll me a savvy check, hike up.
Like savvy checks.
Bet.
This one I
Let's
like.
go.
Bet. All right. Very cool. Very cool. So you guys are chilling. So Heike, you walk over to this armored glass window, and the airlock, unlike the others you've seen so far in this facility, is completely locked. It's got that beautiful red light letting you know that it will not be opened. But as you look through, you see these wisp-covered, robed figures in the other room wearing nothing but red glowing faceplates and respirators. And your mind is racked with just this horrible imagery as you see these things, whatever they are. And I want you to roll me another savvy check, please.
Barely made
You
it.
succeeded this one, so I'm going to need you to roll another one.
Very good. No, I'm not being unfair. I'm just doing what the fucking notes say. on
No,
this.
it's all good.
Yeah. So you look at these things that are in the other room, and one of them almost kind of glides through the apparent 0G of the room beyond, which you, even through the glass, can recognize is just this extensive, long, wide hall, essentially, that extends far back. Within, you could see that there are command terminals, and you could see several other figures like this one that's floating up toward the window. And you just hear this one word in your mind that simply says, hello.
That's not the word I expected to hear. So Heike will give his best Tony Shalhoub impersonation and point a thumb at the window and be like, "Yeah, we have some void people over here in the command room, and that's a bit of a problem, I expect."
Void people?
And then he'll think back to them. Hello? I don't know
Hi.
if that works. I don't know if that
And-
works.
Yeah, and so he simply says this: my name is DeVille. I've waited a long time for someone, anyone, to make it here and feed my beautiful engine core. You see,
Oh.
I really haven't tired yet of staring into the dark abyss of this place, and I just need a little more time. And that is the one thing standing between us and utter annihilation. So, you truly are chosen. Thank you for finding us here. Now, have you found any others that we might feed to fuel the core.
Hey, are we gonna feed the plague people to the core?
Huh?
I mean, will it eat the plague people?
I mean, it's got blood in it, right?
No.
We don't really know that.
You don't understand. Let me be a little clearer.
Yeah, hold on.
Those
Go ahead.
are, and at this point you can all hear this. This is echoing through like speakers
Oh.
in the room.
Never
So
mind, he put it on speaker.
yeah. so he says, those in there, those are already those who failed our little challenge. And well, you're all very much breathing, very much alive. So, have you encountered others through bloody conflict on your way down to reach us? I see bloodstains on several of your, well, if that passes for armor in this time, whatever time it is.
Yeah, we have parts, but there's a cost to repairs, you know.
Of course. No. All my offer is this. If you bring us some more, we just should need 5. With 5 more, we could use the engine to rip back open a bridge. And I just want more recruits. We need to keep the station stable.
Wait, so you want us to go find and ambush 5 more people and bring them
No,
into your engine room?
they're already dead.
Yeah, we've got 5 fresh bodies. Amy doesn't know. She came after that. She didn't get to go down that hallway, but we've got some spare blood.
Yep. And then what was it we get paid again? Because I'm pretty much working overtime and hazard duty, and yeah.
Well, so you were sent here on the promise that there was something valuable on the other side of the wormhole.
Yeah, the engine. Not for nothing.
And there are 10 discs of gem that are floating around the core of the engine.
Oh, is that what those are? I've
Yeah.
never seen gem before.
Yeah, it's very rare. So gem is what's running the engine. The blood is what catalyzes it, but the gem is at
What
the
fuels
engine's
it.
core. Yeah.
Okay, so if we yoink the gem, then theoretically they could use maybe 1 to rip open a portal. Hey, tech officer, is that how that works?
So you're saying if you remove it, then you can rip open a portal?
No. So if we leave like 1 of the gem shards in the engine, will it still be enough, or is the blood enough to get them to rip open the portal?
He wants to figure out how many gems we can take for ourselves.
Okay.
Well, I would prefer Sate figure that out because I don't know shit about
I'm gonna have
prototype
Sate-
engines.
I'm gonna have Sate roll. Okay. That's cool. Good job, Sate. So,
Pat.
yep, so Sate looks at you and she says, well, I mean, looking at this thing, shit, this is old. Fuck, but I don't know. If we go too deep, this thing could destabilize, and, well, the whole pocket that we're in here could collapse. This place isn't stable. If this is really what he says it is, and this is all that's keeping the station here at the edge of oblivion, well, I'm guessing... we could take half of them, and this thing would still be operational, barely. It'd be flying at the brink, but it'd barely be operational.
But
That's
if we
fair.
just got ourselves out of here, then took what was left, and just not even risked it.
Yeah, no, you see, so, well, they can read our minds, so it doesn't matter. But, so if, once we've put the things in the engine, there's no reason for them to let us go.
Yeah. What I'm thinking.
That's why you always take payment in advance when you're doing a tech support job.
Tell him if he can tell us how to retrieve a few of those, like what the minimum requirement for the jump is to make it worth our time. We'll do the repair job of getting him the blood he needs to run the engine.
All right. Yep. So there you go. And then I imagine he heard that. But if he didn't hear that, and I'll think back at them, we get half of the gem in the engine. We'll bring you the catalyst you need for to rip open at least one more bridge to
The Tenebris system.
back to Tenebris. If that's okay with you, Sate, since I don't know what you got hanging out for you back at Tempest, but you don't have a ship.
Yeah, and she says, I am on the winds of fate. So if it's Tenebris, 2 years before my time, Tenebris
Oh yeah,
it
you can
is.
go back and find your friends, maybe. Who knows?
Maybe.
Deal?
He DeVille is looking at you, and even though his face can't really make expressions through the visor and the rebreather that's in his mouth, you get this sense of contempt from him. He says, well, no, that won't do. That won't do. The engine will not hold the pocket we've created here stable for very long without each and every one of those gem discs that are in the core.
Yeah, but you
So-
just said you needed a little bit more time.
Yes, but I mean, in a place without proper space-time, what really is a little, what is a lot?
Exactly, so that works both ways, huh? I'm just saying, you're over there, we're over here, the gem's over here.
Roll me savvy.
Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna say Heike's in full on negotiation mode, so I'm gonna use my
He's
void
really
point.
trying to negotiate.
I'm gonna
this
use
out.
I'm gonna use my void point.
Use your tech support skills.
Bet. Okay, let's see it. Nice!
Let's go.
Very cool. All right. And so DeVille looks at this. He says, bring us the catalysts first. Then we'll see what can we do about offering you something of value.
I suppose. I don't recommend we leave anybody down here with them, just for the record, because they're in your head. So, we good to go back and grab some dead pirates?
Yeah, I guess.
Let's go. Hope there's enough blood left in him.
Well, we can also grab the other astronauts that were stuck in the T intersection when came down here.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
I wouldn't be willing to grab Sate's crew. They don't deserve that.
Not at all.
Oh, but Soren does.
Nah, she's an AI. She probably doesn't even have any blood.
There wasn't enough to haul back to the ship.
That's
Just
true. Fair.
It's true.
Her blood is way too much time consuming to consume.
Her
to
blood's
get
been
rid-
filtered through the HVAC already.
Exactly. There's like, there's a little robot on the floor. Contaminant.
Yeah.
So you
All right.
guys are going to just head back up and grab the dead corpses of the pirates that attacked you?
We
Sounds
needed
like it.
5. We needed 5, right? So 4 pirates and one more. Well, actually,
there were
you know,
5
how many-
pirates.
Oh yeah, there were 5 pirates. Yeah, fuck those
Yeah.
guys.
Can I
Fuck
use
those
that tent? Can I use that tent that's big enough to fit 5 people and just kind of wrap them all up in a Santa Claus sack for us both to pull?
Yeah, you could. It's going to get blood all over the tent, but yeah, you could.
I mean, it's an extreme weather tent. I'm sure it can handle a little bit
It'll
of blood.
wash out.
Yeah,
it'll
we'll-
wash out.
It'll
Exactly.
wash out.
Take. Jesus. Put him in a wheelbarrow. Down there. You guys are harsh. Oy.
Well, I mean, it's 5 bodies. It's a lot
Yeah.
to try and move
It's a
all
lot.
once. They're in
I don't.
pieces.
I'm not made for physical labor.
I've never
so
even carried one body.
There you go. Learning all the time. Off we
Yep.
go.
So you guys grab the bodies, load them in the lift, take them back
Yep.
down to the core, and feed them over into the
Well, hold on.
we're
Before
not
we stick
feeding
them in
you.
the thing,
okay.
because not that I'm not a trusting person, what's preventing us from yoinking the gem out of the engine?
So the gem core itself is, like I said, locked in the center of the room by basically there's like a series of like locks around the core itself. So think of like a glass enclosure with one access port. If you got that access port open, that is all that is standing between you and the stuff inside there. Now, a reminder that this thing is crackling with electricity. You could feel the void leaking from this thing. It is very volatile. So despite the fact there are 10 gem discs floating around this core, it is volatile. It is probably like sticking your hand in a radiation or a radioactive reactor. Like, it is not probably the smartest move.
If only we had an EVA suit.
If only.
Yeah.
You know
Damn
what
it.
we do have, though? And I'm going to look back over towards the door where all the plagued people are.
Jeez. Yeah, I don't think I don't. I don't
Wait,
like
are you
touching-
telling me if I go in there, I'll get cosmic mutations?
No, I'm going to run in there and yell out that all that we need to do is get the crystals out of the damn core and we can go home. And then let them out.
Those people might be contagious.
Yeah, they also might just be insane and try to kill us all.
Also a possibility, but I don't trust the ghost man that talks into your brain.
Yeah,
When you put it that way,
but
are you telling me if I go in there, I might get cosmic mutations though? Because I was rolling a
No.
character waiting for one of them to have cosmic
no.
mutations.
What I'm saying is you might get like radiation sickness in there because I think those people are like have already tried to grab the gem.
Well, he said they were mutated. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like mutated from exposure, and that's what the observations were
void.
for. Somebody was watching what was happening to them. That's what I imagine.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying I've worked with worse people than Mr. Red Mask, and well, maybe not worse people, but I've worked with bad customers before. and
Yeah, at
one
least
of,
he submits his tickets, right?
well, I mean, one of them is motivated, and one of them is just desperate. So, I would choose motivated over desperate myself.
True, but what other option does Desperate have? They just want out of the cage.
Right. So, what's stopping them from just opening up that fucking thing and letting all that stuff into the room? Because they're totally out of their bonking minds. I don't like people.
No wonder you're in tech support.
Right?
But how else are we gonna get those out of there? Because I don't plan on getting fried for a couple of crystals.
Well, I could go ask Mr. DeVille over there what he's offering, since we've got the
I'll
bodies.
get him.
You'll get him?
Yeah, I'll get him.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go over and see what he's got.
You're saying, Maya, just to be clear, you would grab the crystals.
Yeah, I want to get cosmic mutations and see what the fuck happens. Metagaming. Character-wise, I'm not sure why she would do it. I just want it to happen.
It's fair. I mean, she could just be like, I'll fuck with it. Why not? Like,
We're sitting there arguing about it, and she just starts
Yeah,
moving
he
ahead
like
with
just
her
grabs
plan.
one, which I,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
Go
you
for
know
it.
what? Fuck it. While you're sitting there arguing with it, I can grow shit. That's related to grabbing gems somehow. I'll do it. Fuck it. I've
Yeah,
been here
no.
long enough. Enough people have died. Let's just get our money and get out.
embrace situation.
I'm gonna grow like a second head or some shit.
Well, okay. So here's how you gain cosmic mutations, Maya, just so you're aware, right?
As opposed to being dead.
This is one of those cases that might apply. So it's either as a starting bonus in character creation, meaning it's something you get as a bonus to having a full negative character, a result of player character advancement, or in rare situations when the void is let loose.
Player character advancement, like when you level up, you could be like, give me the laser arms mutation or some shit.
You get a mutation of some kind, yes.
It's kind of cool. Yeah, I'll go in. This, I might get a mutation. I
So-
might get dead.
So to be clear, you are going to try and open this thing up and grab just some of the discs that are spinning
Yeah, it was like 5 discs, right?
that you could safely grab without it
Yeah.
blowing the thing up. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like not like spinning so fast that they're gonna rip my cybernetic finger off, right?
No, like they're floating, they're moving quickly, but yeah, not too quickly. You could grab them if you try.
Yeah. Fuck it. I'll open the door. Let's do it.
So that enclosure is locked, so I will need a tech roll,
damn
and
it.
it's going to be a disadvantage because of everything else that's in this room.
I have a void point. Can I use that to just make it a normal roll?
Yes, I'll allow that.
Disadvantage to use a void point, so just normal.
Yep.
Let's go.
Holy shit.
I'm gonna kill myself.
So you grab onto the lock on this thing and you use some of these tools that were provided to you by Sate, and you pick the lock open, allowing you to open up, and you could hear from the other room just DeVille, what are you doing? Don't you fucking dare! And you are at this point reaching into the core
Yeah.
and are gonna start grabbing shit.
Yeah.
So
Just for the freeze frame moment, this would be about the time I noticed because DeVille is speaking up. I'm gonna turn and look and go, wait, no.
yeah. And so Maya, could I have you roll me a d20, please?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
All
Always
the
take
time.
it to the edge. Am I right, fellas?
All right. Wonderful. So you are caught in the chest by the dark void, and you can just feel this surge through you as you are quickly just grabbing the 5 slivers of gem core that you can and wresting them out of the machinery. And you gain a void ability.
Oh.
Ooh.
You gain.
You have the ability to die 30 years early because of
That's
radiation
right.
poisoning.
You see yourself being transformed into an ancient AI that should live at least 2 more years.
You gain a mutation called APAC Bridge.
Whoa.
So you can create a portal between your current location and the location of a recent memory up to a week back.
Whoa.
Oh,
And it works up for
no!
1d4 people? Oh, that's cool.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Learn your lessons, kid. If there's a Cthulhu reactor, stick your hand in it. See what happens.
Right.
You get superpowers out of it.
Nothing bad can happen here.
So I would imagine this goes into my chest, and then I don't even know. I feel like I'm a creative individual, and I don't even know how to imagine what the fuck just happened to me.
Yeah, so you are sitting there dazed for a moment on the ground, and you could just see this shadowy, like, set of tendrils wrap around your arm, and you begin to just hear the sound of someone else's screaming. It's not coming from the room around you. It's not coming from the room where all the corrupted people are. you just hear screaming, and then it fades.
Is it from DeVille?
No, it's just you're the only one who hears this, and it fades as soon as the shadows of the void kind of dissipate from around your hand, and you just feel this connectedness to the screams of your comrades.
I got the gems.
Got the gems. And
Holy
As
shit.
you rested your hand out, in your hand are 5 gem spinners.
I'm just gonna put these in my bag.
Close
Yeah.
close the door on the reactor.
Oh, yeah, I would have closed it. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, after you
Damn.
realized that you were okay, you probably needed a sec. But yeah. So
Yeah.
you shut the door on this reactor, and Devil says, "What have you done? What have you fucking done? We won't be able
I
to
got
survive
paid.
here."
Okay.
Yeah.
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 We got your bodies.
We had a deal. We're gonna go put these bodies in. You're gonna open the rift.
Also, like, I'm like probably reacting with sarcasm just because it is nearly impossible to like confront the abject horror of everything that's happening.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know, I'm being sarcastic and I don't even think I'm real at this point. Thumbs up.
Yeah. So you just throw the 5 bodies in the other room?
Do they not have
If-
to be
if
fed
that's
in?
where they're
do they,
supposed
do
to
they have
go.
to be fed into a tube thing,
You,
or do they
I
just
mean,
go in the room?
They go in the room to start with. So
Yeah, right.
DeVille, I will say, Heike, roll me
Yeah, shit.
a savvy check.
Let's go tech support.
Let's go tech support.
Contract negotiations. Go. Nah, ran out of. No.
Yeah.
And so
He doesn't even believe himself at this point. He's like,
So here's what's going to happen. So as you say, well, we had a deal. We're going to load these up. You suddenly hear the chunk of a metal slat getting rotated out from behind the door despite DeVille himself not moving. And the door suddenly hisses open. And what comes next here should probably not surprise anybody.
I'm gonna shine my flashlight at him. As combat begins, I'm just gonna he's a ghost. It might actually work.
All right, so
shit.
Damn it.
Mickey Mouse.
let me check something here real quick. There are... Okay. So you... and with this, they... Let me... Yeah, we're good here. Okay, cool. So... DeVille, being the one initiating combat, is going to raise up a rod in his hand and strike forward at you with it, cackling with electricity. And so this is going at you, Heike. So
I bet my armor doesn't help, does it?
your armor helps in making you harder to hit.
Oh, good.
It's a DR16 to hit you.
Nice.
So let me roll this. DR to hit 16 attack.
Listen, you.
Mm-hmm.
Ow.
Yeah.
That's
Fudge.
max damage. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Like I
so
said- like I said, that armor doesn't help.
Yeah, so you feel this surge of electricity roll through your body. And your battery gets overloaded by it, suffering condition and breaking.
Ow.
And so roll me a body
Your
check there,
battery.
Haika.
Yeah, and I'll use my freshly earned void point for sucking at negotiation.
Fair.
Chosen
Huge.
one. Chosen one.
You chosen one. So yeah, you pass out from the pain, obviously, because of that
Yeah.
is not ideal. So you are asleep now as you go to the ground. So you all see this door hiss open and a rod of electricity just gets slammed into Heike's chest. He hits the fucking metal of the floor hard as he is electrocuted by this. To the rest of you, the DeVille simply says, "You may load him in with the others and leave. We'll open a bridge for you. Take your ill-begotten gains and leave. Or else you all die with him."
Well, if we do die here with him, how are you ever going to load the bodies in? Didn't you need somebody else? You already had blood on the ship. Why wouldn't you have acted on your own if you could before? You need us for something. That's why you're making us an offer now. We leave with him, or we're not leaving at all.
Poor choice. And then one of the others, he's going to give priority to one of the others here. So I'm going to order these so that I know who has acted and who has not. So one of the other ones in the back room is going to come into view now, drawing up a revolver and blasting you, Ryu. So let me go ahead and roll
DR-14.
DR-14.
Listen.
Doesn't matter. Hey, at least it's a 1.
It's true.
It hurts, but I'm okay.
Yeah, so you take a shot from this priest. The next one to go is going to slide into view and do the same thing, this time to Sate. Keep hitting the wrong button. There we go. And that is actually a miss, because Sate has a DR-14, so she is safe.
Hell yeah.
And then finally, the last one is going to come into view and fire at you, Amy. And your DR is what? 13.
13.
Okay.
No, stop it. That hurts.
Yeah, just a little bit. So yeah, so now this one chooses Sate to go next. So she is going to stand in front of the crew. She's going to try and blast DeVille with her raid rifle.
Which one's DeVille? This one?
The one in the very front. Yep.
Okay.
And his DR is 12. Okay. And she's going to make this a risky attack.
Rockstar.
Success.
Oh, that hits though.
Oh,
That
yeah, she's
hits
got
though,
+1.
because she has a +1 to tech.
Oh, hell yeah.
So DeVille is going to take damage. Not enough to kill him, but then Sate is going to hand over the next attack to you, Amy.
Okay. I'm also going to shoot DeVille.
Okay. Miss.
Damn.
And then the only one left
Okay.
to go is going to be... I always forget your last name. Kinch.
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 Yeah, so Kinch, it is your move.
Seeing him be knocked unconscious again, I've got half a mind to just try and drag him back into the elevator so we can get out of here if things get too hairy, because this is rough.
Have an idea, but it can't happen until it's my next turn.
Yo. I gotta try and. If we're in the fight, I gotta try and make a play. Screw it. I'm taking a shot at the one in the front.
The one in the front? Okay. Go ahead.
Let's
DR12.
see how it goes. DR12 with the raid rifle. Oops. Raid rifle attack. With a normal. Pow.
Damn. Okay. Who goes next at the start of the next round here?
Pick me. Sorry. I can't ask, but pick me.
Actually, you know what? I will rotate it over. Go ahead.
So my understanding, Charlie, is I would have gotten here. My crew was ambushed. I went to hide in the hydroponics firm. The people who ambushed my crew went to attack my old crew, and then I came out, right?
Yes.
So that was like the span of like a day or two, max?
A day. It was yesterday.
Okay. What are the odds that I happen to have a memory of the station we came from within a week?
The station you came from. So you're saying that the station back, well, because you guys came, funny enough, your crew came from a different part of, and this wasn't even planned, but you came from another part of Tenebris, from Ogre, in the kind of the outer ring.
I have a memory of that station from within a week, and I'm really hoping you say yes, because if you do, I can do something really fucking cool right now.
Yeah, we'll say you do.
I am going to use my APAC bridge to create a portal between a current location and the location of a recent memory up to a week back, and last long enough for 1d4 persons to pass through. I'm going to open that bridge, and I'm going to get us all the fuck out. I have to spend a void point to do it.
You do have to spend a void point to do it, yes.
Which I did just get because I missed my attack.
Oh my god! So you,
which is why I wasn't mad about missing that attack.
Yeah, so you rip open your APAC bridge to Tenebris.
And I have to roll 1d4 to see how many people can get through.
Yep. Just one.
Fuck!
No.
Who goes through?
Sorry. I'm going through. I'm out.
Well, she
I was really hoping there'd be enough for a couple of us.
She took all the gem shards with her too.
Bitch, I gave you a shotgun.
I didn't want to leave you, but I just rolled a 1. I was really hoping for a 4 so I could get us all out.
Oh, that's so funny. All right.
So,
let me find where Ogre is real quick here.
So I would literally, like, upon realizing I only have enough time to get me through, I just look and say, I'm sorry, then...
Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh, that's brutal. Okay, well, Amy vanishes from existence through her APAC bridge. Amy, who goes next in the order? Because you still get that choice, even though you're leaving comp.
Sate. Let Sate go.
Come on, man.
And so Sate just says, "That bitch!" And she just turns back and takes another shot at DeVille.
Hilarious.
And fails it. Oh no. So she's gonna hand it back to Kinch.
You know, you killed the NPC too by not flipping it back to me, because now I'm going with the elevator plan and getting out, and I can't hand it off to her, so she's stuck downstairs now. I'm tracking my boy to the elevator, and I'm hitting the button and saying good luck.
Oh. Oh boy.
Betrayal.
Dude, I don't give a fuck.
We're all like one crew, and then just...
And
I wish I had rolled a 4 so bad.
And you dropped the bag of bodies in the room, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he has the bodies.
Oh,
It's
boy.
whatever at this point. Yeah, I'm just going back upstairs. We're gonna live out our days on a beach drinking Mai Tais, and I'm gonna be telling him all that on the elevator ride up. He's just gotta wake back up when we get there.
Well, okay. So this is what happens. As you guys leave, because I assume you're headed back to the ship, right?
Yeah, I'm going back to where I feel safest.
Cool. All right. So you make it back to the ship. And suddenly, the hair on the back of your neck stands on end. And you feel almost like if you've ever stood next to a cell tower or a radio tower, one of the really big ones, and you could smell that crackling of ozone in the air. And you feel almost like you're touching like a static electricity source. Every hair on your body stands on end for a moment. And you just feel the station shake as the disparity engine is engaged.
All right, I'm gonna start spooling up the ship. We gotta start getting ready to go. Whether
Yep.
he's awake or not, I pop him down a seat. I'm hopping in the captain's chair.
Yep. So what happens is the following. So, the disparity. Let's see. All right. So, you will take some damage here. As the disparity engine spools up.
I'm gonna have to nap through the activation and get stuck here forever. Is there a possibility I can burn a void point to have you re-roll that?
Yes, I will allow that.
Awesome. That may have just saved my life. Let's see a 4. Called it.
Oh man.
And I already removed the void point, so that'll put me down to 0. I'll give you my survival roll here. It's a body check, right?
It is a body check.
Oh no!
God damn.
Congratulations.
So Ryu Kinch is ripped to shreds as the void engine engages. And I am going to have Heike roll me a d20 as well, please.
Did I do it?
/ roll space d20.
Yep. Yeah, I just have to actually put the attention in the.
Yeah, you had to focus it. Yeah, totally.
I'm the 20.
We
It's
all
okay.
die.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's
It's
okay.
okay. All right. So what happens is the following. You wake up several hours later after this void engine has engaged, or the disparity engine is engaged. You are back at full health, Heike, and you see dead on the floor next to the captain's chair the ravaged body of Kinch. You are awake. You have all your health. And you see off in the distance, just barely stable, a bridge that could close at any moment along the beacon back to Tenebris. So, this
Fail this roll.
is where it comes down to one final roll. Let's see what happens. So give me 2 seconds. I'm just determining how I want to do this. Also, could I have you roll me a d20, Kinch?
D20.
Yep.
Oy.
Let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. The death mechanic. I get to see
Death
how
in
I actually
space.
died.
Yep. An 11. Oh my god.
Oh no.
So you, in your mind's eye, see your ship spool up and crash right through the debris, and the debris cuts you to ribbons. You weren't long for this world. You were taken out of it almost exactly on time. And so, with that, this is going to require a risky maneuver to be successful. Heike. So it's a savvy check.
Uh-huh.
You're great at those.
At
And you're
Normal?
going to be burning a fuel. Yes, it is.
yeah,
It is.
I'll burn all the fuel. I don't give a shit.
It is a normal savvy
All
check.
right.
You can roll if you have any void points left. You can.
No.
Nope. All right.
That's how I stayed mostly alive.
Mostly alive. Let's see what happens. Holy
Let's
shit!
fucking Go.
One.
Oh my god.
So you slam the thrusters forward, aimed straight ahead at that bridge portal, and you catch it barely. You see light flash before your eyes, and you're not sure if you're dead or just bridging the fuck out of that half-closed portal. And when you come through on the other side, above Amissa, you see stars again. And the portal closes behind you as you hear screams of burning void priests.
I want to send a message being like, hey, I've got some property of yours. Meet me somewhere and I'll give it to you. I'll send that to Heike.
So, again, you actually don't even know that he's back in system yet. You're on the outer
Oh, that's
rim.
true.
You're an ogre. So
I don't know, and I don't know where you are because
Yeah.
you went through a portal while I was unconscious. So as far as I know, everyone's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. You don't know I'm alive. You don't know what I did. You don't know I tried to get everybody out and I failed because I didn't know how to use my newfound Eldritch abilities.
So, with that said, you find your way, Heike, back to the Gem Consortium with nothing to show for it. So, Maya, I'm going to give you an opportunity here. You land on a derelict station, the Fimblevinter, high above the ice giant ogre, where your crew originally was mining for ice when another one of these wormholes opened nearby. So with that said, you sit aboard the Fimblevinter, 5 slivers of gem in your bag, worth quite the sum. What do you do?
So I probably would have like blinked back into reality and then just started fucking screaming. You know, like
Yeah.
I don't even know what the process of bridging yourself would feel
Well, you
like.
just rip open a portal, walk through it, and it's shut behind you. So you just walked. It's like walking through a doorway, and the doorway snaps shut behind
I
you.
assumed I got sucked into it. No, walking, then I probably wouldn't have screamed, to be honest. I would, and also, like, I don't have a ship here.
You don't.
Because my ship is where I left it.
Yep. So let me bring us back to the home screen here now that we've kind of resolved everything. So we've got Amy over here. We've got Heike and one dead Kinch on, not even on board, on board the Kestrel. So the Kestrel survived above Amissa.
Yep, at least they kind of made it home. At least they can bury me somewhere, or at least have my ashes on the ship still.
Yeah.
I want to. Is there like a registry of people? I don't know as much about this universe as I do all the other ones, so I will
Yeah,
tell you
you're
what
good.
I want to do, and you can tell me if that's possible with
Okay.
the mechanisms that exist. I want to find Heike or Kinch, because I don't know Kinch is dead,
Yeah.
or Sate, and like send them a message and be like, hey, I'm at Ogre. You meet me here, I'll give you your share. Because I don't have any money on me, and I'm not about to show somebody on a station that I have gem discs.
Cool. So what you could do is post to one of the many dial-up BBS systems that cross between stations when orbit lines are right. Now, this could take a while. We're talking on an order of weeks up to maybe even a month for them to get it on the inner side of the system. So if you would like to do that, though, and say, I am looking for Ryu Kinch or Heike Endo,
Or Sate.
or Sate, yeah, and you could specifically, yeah, just mention like, I'm looking for one of these three persons. If they are located, direct them to Station Fimblevinter around Ogre, and they would
Yes,
get that.
I would like to do that.
Okay.
And then I imagine I'll try and find some sort of job on the station. I don't know, clean tables or some shit to eke out a living until they find me. But I am under no circumstances at all showing anybody these gems.
Yep. No, that's fair. So
Because I will get killed for them.
probably, yeah. So let me roll a d4 here. Yeah, so it does take a full month before, by chance, and bear in mind the Gem Consortium has long kind of forgotten about, and you have by and large tried to avoid them for as long as you can, but they have assumed that your ship went missing and was destroyed.
Because my ship did go missing, and
Not
there is
yours,
logically
Amy.
no...
Heike's. So Heike,
Oh.
they assume, because Heike, remember, was hired for this job. You had no debt. Heike did. So the Gem
Oh, we ended
Consortium-
up in there by accident.
Yep. So Heike,
Oh.
you make your way out as far as Ramsvart when you arrive in the system, not wanting to deal with the fact that the Gem Consortium was going to be on your ass. Like, you immediately knew, like, okay, I need to get the hell out of Dodge. And this is usually a pretty good spot to get the fuck out, and not be as noticed by anyone on the inside of the system. When finally the BBS message sent by Amy a month earlier finally crosses your dash, and you can meet up with her at
Oh,
Ogre for
Yep.
your cut of the gems.
Yeah, so I give her the wonderful call. This is Heike Endo. I've been trying to reach you about your life's extended warranty.
So at this point, to travel from where you are, so from the outer to outer, roll me a d12, Heike. We'll see how efficiently you can calculate a jump.
Yeah, okay. That's what Kinch is for. What happened there?
You didn't put a slash in front of roll.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll delete that for you. There you go.
D12. There we go.
So it'll take you an additional 8 weeks, but you can reduce it per unit of fuel you want to burn, which you have 5 units of fuel remaining after your little jump. So,
Gotcha.
and without the hollows to pay for more fuel, that's what you'd be looking at.
And how much fuel do I need to get back?
Well, There is fuel
Oh,
on
within
board
system
Ogre.
it costs 0.
Yeah, within system it costs 0, so you wouldn't need any more fuel to get back to like the Iron Ring or somewhere that you could continue fueling further. You just want to get your gems and therefore money, because that's 3 more weeks, even if you burn all your fuel to get to Amy.
So I'll save 1 fuel just in case.
Okay, so you'll spend
I'll spend
a
4.
month.
Yeah.
So 2 months after this whole escapade began, Haika, the lone survivor of that incident on board the station of Katali XI, finally meets back up with Amy above Ogre on the station Fimbulvinter.
And you wouldn't know, but the ship's name has been changed to the Kinch's Sunset.
Kinch's Sunset. Oh baby.
And it has over the piloting area the picture that I have of a beach with a tree.
Oh shit! That's so cool. What the fuck?
That's so good that you. Oh.
Oh, I love that so much. Holy shit. Okay, so a familiar looking ship comes into port at Fimbulvinter when you get that comms from Haika letting you know about your life's extended warranty.
My life's extended warranty. Yeah, that checks out.
So you have 5 discs of gem.
Yeah.
How are you here? And you get a big hug, which is weird from Haika.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be like, let's go in the ship so nobody can hear us. That good?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. So I would follow you in there, make sure the door's fucking closed, and then I'd open my bag and show you the 5 gems. And I'd be like, you remember when I opened the reactor?
Yeah.
And the void, I don't know, fucking into me, right? I don't know what happened, but after you got knocked unconscious and I got fucking stabbed or shot, or I don't even remember, I opened up a portal to here because I remembered here. And I was like, hell yeah, I can get us all out. But as soon as I walked through, I realized I couldn't hold it up for anybody else. I didn't know how it worked. And so the portal, it closed. It closed behind me. And I've just been waiting here, hoping that somebody else made it out alive. Because I wanted to get us all out. And I couldn't.
Yeah. Well, congrats. Geez. Where do you want to go now?
I think the longer we hold on to 5 gem discs, the more danger we're going to find ourselves in.
Oh, that's right. I have a... Yeah, we should probably contact the Gem Consortium, because we owe them a little bit of money for a ship.
Yeah. So I'm thinking we tell them we found 1 gem disc.
How much is
we
1
keep
gem
2
disc
for
worth?
ourselves? Yeah, how much money are we thinking? Are we talking about here?
So you'd probably need an appraiser to tell you exactly. But these, like I said, are very scarce and very rare as a result, and therefore very valuable. So each of these spinners, which are like highly refined for use in like engine cores, like the one you found it in, you're probably looking at minimum about 500 hollows per disc. Minimum.
Yeah.
I have no idea how much that is.
That's like how much I owe them.
But that's per disc, so you've got about 2,500 hollows at least.
So I think that what I would suggest as a favor back to you for even contacting me in the first place is that you keep your 2 hollow discs. I'll tell them I have 3, give them 1 to pay off my debt, 1 other one, and then they don't even have to know you exist.
Well, I kind of thought I would tag along with you. I don't.
Oh yeah,
have
no,
a
you can
crew
totally
anymore.
come along, but they don't need to know you have any of them.
That's fair. Is there a way to like sell these without the Gem Consortium knowing? Basically, I don't want to give the money to the Gem Consortium. I want to keep it.
No, you keep yours.
There
Sorry,
are,
I was asking Charlie that.
There are other buyers within the Iron Ring. You could find plenty of corporations that would buy gems in any form.
Okay.
So you would be able to find a buyer somewhere in the Iron Ring, which is where the consortium is, but so is pretty much any other corporation of note within Tenebris.
Okay. And then yeah, I'll shake your hands on that. Knowing that, I'd be like, yeah, that's a deal.
Cool. So you're going from outer rim to far. So outer to far, roll me a... Let's see, outer to far. Roll me a D8 plus 2.
And then I have more savvy than you, so I imagine I would be the pilot.
Go ahead.
It's just travel time, so this isn't modified by savvy.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's D8 plus 2 for the travel time. So you're talking 2 more months.
Whatever.
Get back to the Iron Ring.
You can grow stuff, right?
Yeah, I have a greenhouse
Fantastic.
still.
Yeah.
Awesome. There's
I'm
some
gonna-
ashes over there you might be able to use.
Do we know what Kinch's favorite kind of plant was?
Spices. He was really into spicy food.
I'm gonna grow cabbage.
Fuck.
We're gonna make kimchi out of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make kimchi. Because I'm gonna be honest, when I first met him, I thought his name was Kimchi. So
I mean, sure it was.
Yeah.
Forget the name of the ship.
Yeah. So as you arrive to Inaro and the Iron Ring surrounding it, 2 months later, you've both gotten sick as fuck of eating kimchi.
That's true.
That's pretty much where you're at this point.
We're just eating pickled cabbage for like 2 months.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a pleasant experience. But you finally made it back to the Iron Ring and the gem sellers there. And the consortium, when you tell them about your 3, Haika, they say, well, there were 3 of you at the start. Each of you owed 500. So, I mean, that seems fair.
Yeah, and 2 of them paid with their life already for this trap you sent us on. But, you know what? Given how long it took us to get back, we'll call it even.
And you're just going to hand them over all 3 of them?
Yeah, because it occurs to me I have some cool armor and a couple of raid rifles.
Fair. All right.
And a ship out of it.
Yeah, and a ship.
Yep. So you hand it all over. Don't make a single hollow on the transaction. But at least you have your honor. And that can be worth something. So,
What?
yeah, exactly. It can be. I didn't say it always
That's right.
is. So,
Hey, but you got to fix my battery.
yeah. So,
Yeah, I'll
Amy,
see what I can
I
do.
want an EVA suit.
yeah. And so,
That's fair.
yeah, and so Amy, as you find your way back, a light EVA suit costs 200 hollows, depending on if you do want to acquiesce to his demands.
I was talking to the Gem Consortium because they can probably get it for cheaper.
I see. You're bargaining with them, not Amy. Got it.
Yeah.
So, roll me savvy on that.
God.
Because you are
Stab me in the eye.
trying to leverage things.
Nope, never mind.
Damn.
Yeah, so they say, yep, we'll just take these and you can go. Thanks, bye.
Worse than the devil, the corporations are.
Yeah, that's the motto of this channel.
Vouch.
We play Cyberpunk for a fucking reason. So, Amy, you look for a buyer discreetly for your remaining discs.
I want to sell it to the Transit Alliance.
Bet. All right, so you're looking for a market that gives you into the Transit Alliance. Very, very cool.
Because I'm a punk and an anti-capitalist. Of course, I'm going to sell it to the Union.
I understand completely. You might actually already have contacts with them, knowing that too.
Actually, yeah, because I am a punk.
Roll me savage, or I was gonna say savage, because I want to
Roll me savage.
Yeah, roll me savvy with advantage. That is why I mixed those up.
Savvy with advantage.
Easy.
Ooh, there we go.
Easy. So you reach out to your contact with the Transit Alliance, a short man going by the name of Morrow, and you've worked with him before. He sets you up with a fair number of your contracts, and you mention to him, hey, I've got some things that I think could help the Alliance out. I just want fair market value back. And when you show him exactly what it is that you have, he goes wide-eyed for a moment and says, all right, I'll be right back. He gets an appraiser, certifies, of course, these things are fucking real. And he hands you over your 1,000 hollows for the 2 discs that you present him. No further
Hell yeah.
questions
Put them
asked.
to good use.
You can bet we will, comrade. And so, when you two finally get back together at a station within the Iron Ring, because there's all kinds of stations there. Many of them are just designated by a string of numbers and letters. Everyone knows what they are. And you manage to get back together. And with Amy, your pocket 1,000 hollows heavier. And Heike, yours cleared of debt. So that is where Katali 11 ends.
Before we end, I would look at Heike and be like, want to go get some noodles on me?
Yeah.
Better than
Noodles
the
would
kimchi
be-
we've been eating for
Nah.
2 months.
Noodles is great. Otherwise, I'm stuck on pre-pack and whatever else we can find on the ship.
Yeah.
Okay, now we can end. I just wanted to end it with us going to get noodles.
Totally. No,
That's right.
I love it. So let's talk, before we really end, let's talk progression. Because I would love to pick characters back up in the future if we ever have the chance. And
I would too.
This game was super fucking fun.
It really was.
Um,
Holy shit, is it lethal?
yeah. It's not called Death in Space for nothing.
I feel like with all these free league games we're playing, we keep getting into combat when we shouldn't be doing that, actually. You should instead run away.
I am super happy you all had us talk to that first group of people, or we would have been totally ruined.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. 100% toast.
I wanted to give you guys a little ease in to get you some allies and fight for the right thing, because I've thought that was probably a more interesting way to resolve that. So you both delivered on a dangerous contract.
Dangerous is a little bit of a fucking understatement.
You both burned void points. You did both discover a new and potentially dangerous place. You definitely gained a new enemy. You both found each other new to each other that you could trust. And you both contributed with something memorable, I feel, honestly. So both
Blinking
of you,
back out of pocket reality into real reality.
yeah, both of you are awarded 6 XP. You'll notice on your character sheet there's a little XP thing in your personal tab, just at the top left.
6.
Hell yeah.
And in order to advance a character, so the rules for this is as such. The main 2 that I know you can get for sure is 5 XP will net you any ability increased by 1, raising at most to +1. You can increase your max hit points by a D4. Again, that's another 5. Or you can increase an ability by 1, raising it to +2 or higher. And the XP cost for that is 3 times the value you raise it to. So you could burn all 6 and increase the ability by 2.
Oh, from +1 to +2?
Yes. Or, well, yeah, to +2 or higher. So yeah, it's based on the level you raise it to. It's times that number. So if you go from +1 to +2, it's going to be 6. If you just go +1, so if it's anything less than +1, you can.
It's 5.
It's 5 to get it up 1 level higher than it currently is.
I just know I would roll a 1 if I roll for hit points. So I'm going to raise my savvy from -1 to 0 since he used that like a boatload.
Yeah, savvy's important. That's why when I saw people god rolling savvy, I'm like, that's really good. Like, you will need that.
Then I got killed by a grenade.
Yeah,
But then I rolled a character that had more stats than she did anyways, so...
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, that...
Wasn't there, you said that one of the other ways to get cosmic mutations was from character advancement?
Yeah, so that's 15 XP to gain a cosmic mutation.
Oh, Jesus fuck. Okay,
And then-
never mind. I'm gonna...
One ability must also be lowered by 1 when you do that, and then you roll for the mutation randomly.
Okay. I'm just gonna increase my hit points. How many XP was that again?
5 to increase by D4 hit points.
Okay, so I'm gonna be down at 1 XP, and then we're going to roll
A D4.
D4. Please don't give me another one.
Oh, Rockstar!
Max,
A lot better.
that's sick. Okay, hell yeah.
So now I'm at 10 HP.
Yep,
That feels nice.
that does. But so yeah, that's Death in Space, guys. What do we think?
How much does a
That
raid
was
rifle
really
sell
fun.
for? And it was awesome, by the way.
That was so much fun. How many cosmic mutations are there? What are the odds that I got randomly rolled the one that made it so I
Right?
could live?
1 in 20.
Oh my god.
1 in 20. Yep. You god rolled that shit.
And I missed the first attack of the combat, so I was able to just yoop before they could keep stabbing me.
Yep.
I'm
Good.
so sad I couldn't bring anyone with me though.
You did your best. That was incredible. I am floored. Well,
Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
yeah. So normally we'd stick around and kind of hang after stream. I unfortunately, believe it or not, have another appointment to get to, even though it's midnight.
Lord!
Yeah, I have a recording session I got to do with someone else here, so I'll have to be going here, unfortunately, as much as I want to talk about this more with all of you. But I would love to pick this up again in the future with any of you who want to continue using those of you who still have characters at the end here, keeping those. Ghost,
To
you
be fair, there was no
obviously-
defensive roll. I'm slightly salty about that, but I did double roll literally killer damage, which was painful in of itself.
right.
I was
That was
so
great.
close. I had made the play, and then there
You
was
just needed.
no
Did you just
play.
need to roll a 3?
No, I had 3 HP, so I needed to
Oh, you
roll a
needed
1
2.
or a 2 on the damage.
That's like
But it was-
75%
It
chance of
just
survival.
sucked. I thought I had escaped the combat, and then it's like, hey, damage hit out of nowhere, no check. Is
Yeah,
that's
that
the
does
game.
suck.
I love how the ending turned out. It flavored the ending nicely. It just felt kind of bad to sit at the end with no check and just sit in
I
silence for 30
know.
minutes. That was the one bit of pain.
I do want to say that this is the third one-shot in a row that I have died in.
It's true. But
I died in Blade Runner, I died in Pirate Borg, and I died in this one too.
but yeah, that's gonna be it, guys. So as to all of you, thank you for joining me on another one of these. This has been so
This was
much
really fun.
fucking fun. So this has been so much fucking fun. But yeah, I am gonna be signing off here for stream. So I again thank you, Mark, Ghost, Maya, you guys were awesome players. You played this really fucking well and have made my first experience with this game hella fun. I'm so excited to pick this up again in the future. So,
Yeah, same.
to those of you who've hung out in chat for the entire stream here, almost 5 hours, and those of you who've come in either as part of Raid or who have come in as part of just kind of browsing your way here, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Again, my name is Emmerron. I hope all of you have a wonderful morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Stay healthy, stay safe, and we'll see you back here on Monday for Neon Inferno. So until then, peace.